I spent the better part of my adult life fighting wildfires across New Mexico, chasing flames across mountain ridges and steep canyons, cutting fire breaks through choking heat and dense smoke. It was dangerous work, but straightforward enough. You could see the fire coming. You knew its patterns, understood its behavior, and you trusted your team with your life. After nearly 12 years stationed out of Albuquerque, I figured I'd seen just about everything the land could throw at me. Then came the assignment to the Chusca Mountains. It was late September of 2017, and I was 34 years old. The Chuscas stretched along the Arizona-New Mexico border, rising sharply from the red earth of the Navajo Nation like jagged teeth against the sky. They were thickly forested with ponderosa pine and juniper, steep and unforgiving, known for unpredictable winds that could turn even the most carefully managed controlled burns into full-blown disasters. We'd set up our mobile fire camp just east of Tohatchi, working alongside tribal firefighters who knew this land better than I ever would, better than I ever wanted to, as it turned out. From the first day, their cautionary tales were abundant. Quiet warnings about ravines you shouldn't enter after dark, places where your compass might spin uselessly, spots where experienced trackers claimed their own footprints appeared ahead of them on trails they'd never walked. I listened politely, respecting their experience and cultural knowledge, but I was a man who trusted only what I could see, touch, and measure. Fire was real. Smoke was chemistry. Folklore wasn't something I had time for. I didn't know how catastrophically wrong I was until it was too late. The late afternoon sun pressed down heavy and oppressive on the ridge as I double-checked my gear for the third time. My crew had spent the morning setting backfires along a steep draw, creating controlled burns to establish a defensive perimeter. Now I was tasked with scouting ahead toward a place the local crew called Coyote Wash, confirming reports of stray smoke plumes that shouldn't exist outside our established burn zones. The tribal crew leader, a weathered man named Thomas Begay, approached as I clipped my radio onto my vest. His boots kicked up small clouds of dust with each step, and his face held an expression I couldn't quite read. "You shouldn't go near that ravine alone after dark," Thomas said quietly, nodding toward the western slope. "Things down there might fool you, things that aren't what they seem." I smiled politely, but shrugged it off. I've worked plenty of ridges alone before. Nothing down there but brush and dry heat. Thomas didn't smile back. He just stared at the distant slope, his expression hardening beneath the brim of his dusty ball cap. His jaw worked silently for a moment, as if he was choosing his words carefully. Finally, he shook his head slowly. "Just be careful out there. Things are different here. The smoke doesn't always behave the way you expect." I nodded, appreciating his concern even if I didn't share it, and set off toward the ravine around 5 o'clock. The heat of the day still radiated up from the baked soil beneath my boots, making the air shimmer in waves across the landscape. The ridge was eerily silent except for the faint crackling of distant fire lines, the occasional pop of sap exploding in burning timber. As I crested the ridge overlooking Coyote Wash, I stopped for a moment to wipe sweat from my face and study the terrain below. It was rugged country, all dry earth and scattered brush leading down toward shadows already creeping across the canyon floor as the sun began its descent. That's when I saw it. A thin tendril of smoke rising from near the bottom of the wash, exactly where no fire had been set. Strange. I keyed my radio. Unit 49 to base. Got eyes on smoke near Coyote Wash. Requesting confirmation of burn perimeter. Static. No response. Unit 49. Anybody copy? Still nothing but the hiss of empty channels. I glanced at my GPS unit. The signal fluctuated erratically, bouncing in and out, coordinates jumping impossibly across the screen. Typical of rugged terrain with heavy mineral deposits, I thought. With no other choice and protocol demanding investigation of unauthorized smoke, I started downhill toward the wash. As I descended, carefully picking my way over loose rocks and patches of brittle scrub, the smoke drifted sideways in my peripheral vision. It moved almost parallel to me, staying just beyond my immediate reach, maybe 30 yards ahead. When I stopped to adjust my pack straps, the smoke stopped too. hanging unnaturally still in the fading afternoon air. I blinked hard and adjusted my safety goggles, certain that fatigue and heat exposure were playing tricks on my perception. When I took another step forward, the smoke moved again, matching my pace exactly, as if somehow tethered to my movements by invisible strings. My pulse quickened as the silence around me grew heavier, more oppressive. I'd seen strange fire behaviors before: backdrafts, fire whirls, even the rare phenomenon of fire tornadoes. But nothing like this. There was no breeze down in the wash, no thermal wind to move smoke in such a deliberate pattern, just dry heat and unnatural stillness that pressed against my eardrums. I turned around to retrace my steps uphill, suddenly uncomfortable with how isolated I'd become. But movement ahead made me pause mid-stride. There, further up the slope now, the same thin column of smoke reappeared, drifting lazily as if waiting for me. The hair on my arm stood up beneath my fire-resistant sleeves. An uneasy sensation settled deep into my chest, making it harder to draw full breaths. Unit 49 to base. I tried again, unable to keep the tightness from my voice. Something's not right here. Need backup immediately. My radio crackled sharply in response. Static clearing just long enough for me to hear something that made my stomach drop like a stone. It was my voice, my exact transmission from moments ago, but warped and stretched low, repeating slowly through the speaker. Unit 49, something's not right. I stared at the radio in my trembling hand. No, impossible. Some kind of atmospheric echo, a signal bouncing back through the canyon walls. That had to be it. I forced down the rising panic and tightened my grip on the GPS unit, watching the screen flicker uncertainly, unable to lock onto any satellites. The device cycled through error messages I'd never seen before. I had no choice but to rely on landmarks and dead reckoning navigation. Taking a deep breath that tasted of ash and fear, I pressed uphill again. Faster now, my boots slipping slightly on loose gravel. I kept my eyes focused straight ahead, but the smoke drifted again in my peripheral vision, reappearing just beyond the next rise. It was denser now, thicker, shaped vaguely like a smudged silhouette that stood impossibly tall against the darkening sky. Every rational instinct I possessed told me it was an optical illusion, a trick of heat stroke or exhaustion or dehydration. But illusions don't follow you with deliberate intent. They don't mock you with your own voice twisted into something alien and wrong. A sudden snap of branches to my left startled me badly, and I swung my flashlight toward the sound, thumb jamming the button. Nothing there, just dry brush shifting in the growing twilight, moved by wind I couldn't feel against my skin. When I turned back to the trail, the smoke column had vanished completely, leaving only empty air and the suffocating feeling that I wasn't alone out here. That something watched from just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam, studying me with intelligence and purpose. I picked up my pace again, scrambling over loose rocks and patches of scrub brush that caught at my pants legs. My heart pounded painfully against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears. The edge of twilight closed in rapidly, the sunlight draining fast from the sky like water through a drain, shadows pooling thickly around the bases of trees and in the hollows between boulders. The quiet seemed to press down harder, suffocating in its completeness. No birds, no insects, no wind, just my labored breathing and the crunch of boots on rocky soil. It was then, with evening's darkness only minutes away, that I heard it again, my voice distorted beyond recognition, yet unmistakably mine. Unit 49. Anybody copy? The words came as a harsh whisper from somewhere in the thickening shadows behind me, garbled, slow, stretched unnaturally like a recording played at the wrong speed. Wrong in ways that made my skin crawl with primal recognition of wrongness. I spun around fast enough to make myself dizzy. The slope was empty, still and silent, and yet I knew with absolute certainty that something watched from just beyond my vision. The smoke, or whatever hid within it, was taunting me, playing with me. It wanted me to panic, and God help me, it was working. I had been trained extensively to handle emergencies. Wildfire crews practiced constantly for moments of chaos, teaching us how to stay calm, move deliberately, and keep a clear head no matter what hell surrounded us. But nothing in any training manual had prepared me for this. Something intangible, something that defied logic and physics and every natural law I understood. I was alone, cut off from radio contact, disoriented in failing light. Everything I'd once trusted felt suddenly meaningless. My heart hammered against my sternum. The last echoes of that twisted mimicry of my own voice still rang in my ears, and I forced myself to take deep, steady breaths despite the panic clawing at my throat. I scanned the terrain desperately, looking for something familiar, any landmark I recognized. The trail I'd taken down into Coyote Wash now seemed to vanish behind me, swallowed completely by the gathering dusk. I reached into my pack with shaking hands, pulled out the emergency backup radio, and switched to the designated distress frequency. Unit 49, distress call. I need assistance now. Does anyone copy? This is an emergency. The channel crackled with static, then cut abruptly to absolute silence. Not even the normal background hiss. I stared at the radio, willing someone, anyone to reply. But no one answered. The GPS was useless, flickering endlessly between impossible coordinates that placed me miles from where I knew I stood. I was blind out here. Reaching into a side pocket, I found a roll of bright orange flagging tape, the kind we used to mark escape routes and safe zones. I quickly tied a piece around a nearby juniper branch, pulling it tight, marking my position. Logic said it would guide me if I accidentally circled back, something tangible and real to follow back toward camp. With one last glance at my makeshift marker, I moved uphill through the brush, boots slipping on loose gravel and dried leaves. Within 5 minutes, maybe less, my flashlight caught a splash of color ahead through the gloom. Relief surged through my chest. It was the unmistakable bright orange of flagging tape. I hurried forward, grateful beyond words to find familiar ground. But as I drew closer, confusion turned quickly to cold dread that settled in my gut like ice water. The tape hung exactly as I'd tied it. Same knot, same branch. But this wasn't a new location. It was my tape, my knot, right where I'd left it moments ago. I'd somehow walked in a complete circle. Impossible. I'd climbed straight uphill, following a consistent bearing. I knew it with absolute certainty. My legs trembled with more than exhaustion as I stared at that orange flag fluttering in a breeze I still couldn't feel. Raw panic threatened to break through the last threads of my discipline. I had to stay calm, had to think clearly. I picked a new direction, using the distant silhouette of a tall ponderosa tree as my landmark, and pushed forward with renewed determination, heart hammering wildly in my chest. Minutes passed, each step deliberate and measured, eyes locked onto that tree. Yet when I finally reached it, nausea surged violently in my stomach. There, hanging from a branch beside the ponderosa, was my flagging tape, fluttering softly in that unfelt wind. I hadn't approached this spot before. I was absolutely certain. Yet here it was again. My tape, my distinctive knot, mocking my sense of logic and spatial awareness. I ripped the tape down in frustration, throwing it aside, and pushed blindly forward into the brush, no longer caring about direction or landmarks. It was fully dark now, the temperature dropping sharply, chilling the sweat that soaked through my shirt. Shadows moved strangely in the beam of my flashlight, shapes morphing among the trees, forming and dissolving before I could fully grasp what I was seeing. The smoke reappeared, only now it moved differently. It seemed thicker, darker, hanging low in the underbrush like ground fog, sliding smoothly between branches and tree trunks with deliberate purpose. Ahead, through the gloom, I noticed something that made my breath catch painfully. A faintly defined outline was forming in the smoke. My throat tightened as the shape slowly became clearer in my flashlight beam. A tall, thin figure, impossibly elongated, crouched among the shadows about 20 feet ahead. I stopped cold, my flashlight beam fixed directly on it. The shape remained vague, insubstantial, almost fading into the darkness even as I watched. A trick of the light, heat exhaustion, Dehydration. My mind grasped desperately for rational explanations. I took a slow step backward, watching the shadowed form closely. It shifted subtly, fluidly, matching me step for step in perfect synchronization. When I stopped again, frozen in place, it froze too, mirroring me exactly. Cold realization flooded through my veins. This thing was copying my movements with impossible precision, but how could smoke, even in strange atmospheric conditions, mimic a living person's deliberate actions? I forced myself to move again, a quick step to the right. It moved with me, exactly, fluidly, without hesitation or delay. My skin crawled with the undeniable sensation that I was being mocked by something that understood what it was doing. "Get away!" I shouted into the darkness, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. Cracking with fear, I could no longer hide. "Leave me alone." The radio on my belt hissed sharply, making me jump, and I instinctively grabbed it, holding it up as if the device itself could ward off whatever lurked ahead in the smoke. From the speaker came a distorted echo of my voice, mocking me in an uneven, rasping whisper that sounded like wind through a corpse's throat. "Leave me alone." I spun around, flashlight frantically searching the shadows, adrenaline flooding my system and driving me into a near sprint uphill. My training screamed at me to slow down, to move carefully, but primal fear had taken control. Each step felt heavier, slower, as if the ground itself resisted my escape. My boots sank into patches of ash-covered ground, and the familiar smell of burnt soil and brush filled my nostrils, stronger and more acrid than before. As I pushed upward, gasping for air, my right foot snagged something hidden in the darkness. I went down hard, sprawling across rocks and loose dirt. The flashlight bounced away from my grasp, rolling several feet down a small incline before coming to rest. In the dim spill of its distant beam, I saw clearly what had caught my boot. Footprints. My footprints, stamped clearly into the soft earth, facing downhill. The distinctive tread pattern of my Danner boots was unmistakable, but there was another set of prints too, identical yet reversed, overlapping my own steps as if I'd already walked both directions on this very path. As if I'd passed through this spot coming and going, though I'd never been here before. Fear pulsed through my chest as I scrambled to my feet and grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice. I clawed at loose rocks and dirt, desperate to climb out of this nightmare that made no sense, that violated every law of physics and nature I understood. My lungs burned from exertion and panic. Somewhere behind me in the darkness, closer than before, I heard my own voice again, clear and cold, whispering my call sign with slow, broken laughter that contained nothing human. "Unit 4-9. My legs nearly buckled underneath me. I knew with absolute bone-deep certainty that if I turned around now, I would see it clearly. That figure, that impossible mocking form born from smoke and shadow and something worse I couldn't name. Something that knew my voice, my movements, my footprints. I didn't look back. Instead, I ran faster, pushing my body far beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, following instinct rather than logic or training. Through blurry, tear-stung vision, I caught a distant flicker of firelight above through the trees. Camp. It had to be camp. A surge of desperate relief gave me strength as I staggered forward, nearly sobbing with the need to reach safety. Closer now, just another 100 yards. I was going to make it. I'd finally escaped this nightmare. But just as I reached the edge of that comforting glow, something seized my pack violently, jerking me backward with tremendous force. I crashed hard onto the rocky ground, gasping, choking on dust and ash, my ribs screaming in protest. Looking up through stinging, watering eyes, I saw it clearly for the first time. Smoke curling downward into a funnel-like shape, dense and black, descending directly toward my face with silent, ruthless precision. The shape within the smoke was more defined now. Elongated limbs, a distorted suggestion of a head, moving with deliberate intent. This wasn't natural. This wasn't fire behavior or atmospheric phenomena. This was something else entirely. In wildfire training, We learned never to panic. Panic clouds judgment, slows reaction times, and kills faster than flames ever could. I'd repeated those lessons thousands of times, drilled them into recruits, lived by them for over a decade. But in the grip of something so inexplicable, that hard-won discipline slipped away like sand through my fingers. Alone on my back in the dirt, staring up at a funnel of dark smoke inching closer to my face, every rational thought vanished. Raw, primal terror took control. Adrenaline surged through me in a flood, driving my limbs with desperate strength I didn't know I possessed. I twisted violently, kicking out and scrambling backward, fingers clawing at the rocky slope until my nails broke and bled. Loose gravel shifted beneath my boots. With a final heave, I managed to tear free from whatever held my pack, leaving it behind as I staggered upright. I lunged uphill again, breath coming in ragged, wheezing gasps that tasted of copper and fear. The darkness closed around me, oppressive and heavy, pressing against my skull. Behind me, an unnatural rhythm echoed through the night, the unmistakable sound of boots on rocky ground. My boots, my exact gait and cadence, matching my pace step for step but delayed by a fraction of a second, mimicking my own desperate movements. I didn't dare turn around. If I saw that shadow clearly, saw what was making those sounds, I wasn't sure I'd have the strength to keep running. Sweat poured down my face, mixing with dirt and soot and tears, stinging my eyes until I could barely see. My lungs burned fiercely, each breath feeling sharp and brittle in my chest. My pace slowed involuntarily, muscles betraying me completely, running on nothing but adrenaline and terror. In that desperate moment, as despair began creeping into my heart like ice water, a thin beam of light pierced through the trees ahead. "Hey!" I shouted, voice raw and desperate, barely recognizable as my own. "Over here, please, help!" The light shifted immediately, cutting toward me through branches and brush. My knees buckled with overwhelming relief as a familiar figure emerged from the darkness, flashlight beam sweeping across my face. Thomas Begay, his expression grave and knowing, moved quickly toward me. "Stay there," he called firmly, raising one hand in a stopping gesture. "Don't move another step." I froze, obedient and desperate, as Thomas closed the gap between us. He glanced sharply behind me, eyes narrowing as he scanned the slope with the practiced awareness of someone who knew exactly what to look for. I turned my head slowly, expecting to see that funnel of smoke, or worse, but now there was nothing, only empty darkness and still air. Yet I could feel it watching, just beyond the edge of perception. "You okay?" Thomas asked, grabbing my shoulder firmly with calloused hands that felt impossibly solid and real. Something," I gasped, unable to articulate the terror that still clawed at my throat, unable to find words adequate to describe what had hunted me. "There's something following me. It copied me. My voice, my movements, everything." Thomas didn't respond immediately, didn't question or doubt. Instead, he pulled me gently but firmly upward toward the faint glow of the camp's perimeter visible through the trees. We climbed steadily, silently, his flashlight beam constantly scanning the shadows around us, watching our backs. As we moved, Thomas murmured words I couldn't understand, low and rhythmic. Likely Navajo, something passed down by elders, something private and protective that had been spoken in these mountains for generations. I didn't ask what they meant. Right then, I just needed their calm, steady sound to anchor me to reality, to remind me that reality still existed. Minutes later, we emerged from the tray line. The sight of the trailers and the distant glow of campfires filled me with such overwhelming relief that my legs finally gave out completely. I sank to the ground near the closest fire, breath ragged and uneven, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. Crew members came over quickly, their faces tight with concern. Someone handed me water that tasted better than anything I'd ever drunk. Someone else wrapped a blanket around my trembling shoulders, and I pulled it tight despite the lingering heat of the day. I swallowed greedily, ignoring their murmured questions, focusing solely on steadying my shaking hands and slowing my racing heart. After a long moment, Thomas knelt beside me in the dirt, his voice low and calm. "Can you tell me exactly what you saw down there?" "I don't know," I managed, forcing the words past my dry throat. "It followed me. It copied me. My voice, my movements, my footprints. It wasn't human. It wasn't natural. It was in the smoke, or it was smoke, I don't." My voice trailed off into nothing. A quiet tension settled over the assembled crew. Eyes shifted nervously toward the shadows beyond the campfire's protective circle. Thomas stood slowly, nodding once, understanding completely without needing to press further. "That's why we don't burn here after sundown," he said quietly. "That's why we warned you." An older Navajo firefighter stepped forward from the darkness, his weathered face illuminated by firelight. He offered a grave nod of agreement. "Smoke doesn't always rise when it's done with something. Sometimes it stays low. Sometimes it takes shapes. Sometimes it remembers things it shouldn't be able to remember." Their words settled over me heavily, confirming the impossible reality of what I'd experienced in Coyote Wash. There were no questions, no skepticism, no demands for evidence or rational explanation. They understood completely, had probably seen similar things or heard too many consistent stories to doubt, and somehow that frightened me even more deeply than the experience itself. The following morning, I left the Chuska Mountains camp quietly, avoiding eye contact with the tribal crew. I couldn't bring myself to face those knowing glances or silent nods of understanding again. When the assignment officially ended 2 days later, I turned down every subsequent offer to work in tribal lands, no matter how good the pay or how routine the job seemed. Years have passed since that September night in 2017. I've fought fires across 3 more states, trained new crews, earned commendations, but that single night in Coyote Wash stayed etched deeply into my memory, always there, lingering just beneath the surface of every quiet moment. To this day, in the silence between sleep and waking, when the world is at its darkest and most still, I hear it, my own voice warped and distorted, calling back from the shadows of those mountains. "Unit 49, anybody copy?" And in those moments, I'm never quite sure if I'm remembering, or if something is still trying to reach me across the distance, still mimicking, still calling, still waiting in the smoke for me to answer. I never do. God help me, I never will. My name is Graham Holloway, and before everything changed in the summer of 2021, I spent 15 years of my life guiding hunting parties through the backcountry around Aztec, New Mexico. The work defined me, tracking elk through pine forests, teaching city folks how to read animal sign, sleeping under stars so thick they looked like spilled salt. Then came the divorce in early 2020, draining my bank account and whatever optimism I'd managed to save up. By spring of 2021, I'd traded my guide license for a job selling camping equipment and hunting supplies to tourists who'd never fire a shot outside a range. The work paid enough to cover rent on a studio apartment that smelled like someone else's cigarettes, but it hollowed me out in ways I didn't expect. Every morning I'd wake to the same water-stained ceiling, brew the same weak coffee, and drive the same route to a store where I answered the same questions about tent stakes and propane canisters. I was 42 years old and felt like I'd already seen my best days disappear in the rearview mirror. That's the state I was in when Dr. Victoria Lang called on a Tuesday afternoon in late April. She introduced herself as a paleontologist from the University of Wisconsin, and she needed a guide for a fossil survey near Navajo Dam. The area she wanted to explore was a stretch of exposed badlands the locals called hogback, a maze of sandstone ridges and dry washes that most people avoided. The terrain was brutal, the kind of place where you could twist an ankle or get turned around if you didn't know what you were doing. But I knew it. I'd hunted those ridges for years. Dr. Lang's voice was professional and direct. She explained that recent spring runoff had exposed new geological layers, potentially revealing fossils from the late Cretaceous period. She needed someone who could navigate the unmarked territory and keep her small research team safe for 3 days in the field. When she mentioned her budget $1,200 plus expenses, I accepted before she finished the sentence. It was more money than I'd see in 2 weeks at the hardware store, and frankly, I missed the backcountry more than I wanted to admit. We arranged to meet that Friday morning at 6. I spent the next 2 days gathering supplies, checking my old equipment, and trying to remember the exact route into Hogback. The area had changed since I'd last been there in 2018. Seasonal flooding had carved new patterns into the landscape, and the BLM had closed several access roads after budget cuts eliminated regular maintenance. I studied topographic maps by lamplight, tracing possible routes with my finger, feeling something I hadn't felt in months, a sense of purpose. Friday arrived cold and clear. Dr. Lang showed up in a white rental SUV with Colorado plates, accompanied by her research assistant. She was in her mid-50s, with steel gray hair pulled into a practical braid, and the weathered complexion of someone who spent more time outdoors than in lecture halls. Her handshake was firm, her eyes sharp and evaluating. The research assistant introduced himself as Byron Walsh, a graduate student from Milwaukee working on his dissertation. Byron was young, maybe 26, with pale skin that looked like it rarely saw sun and hands that trembled slightly when we shook. He laughed nervously when I asked if he'd done much hiking, admitting this was his first time in desert terrain. We loaded gear into my truck, a 2003 Ford F-150 with rust spots and a rebuilt transmission that still ran strong. Dr. Lang had brought professional surveying equipment, cameras, sample collection tools, and enough academic enthusiasm to fill 3 expeditions. Byron carried a backpack that looked too new, tags still attached to some of the straps. I made a mental note to watch him closely. The desert didn't care about good intentions or academic credentials. The drive took us west from Aztec, following Highway 5050 before turning onto a dirt access road that hadn't seen grading in years. Potholes jarred the suspension, and dust billowed behind us in thick clouds. We passed through open rangeland where cattle grazed near windmills, then climbed into rougher country where juniper trees grew twisted and sparse, clinging to rocky soil. The landscape felt vast and indifferent, beautiful in a harsh way that most people found unsettling. After 40 minutes, we reached the trailhead, or what used to be a trailhead. The official BLM marker post stood at an angle, sun-bleached and barely legible. Sagebrush had reclaimed most of the parking area, and the trail itself had vanished beneath years of erosion and neglect. Byron stared at the empty landscape with visible concern. "This is it?" he asked, his voice higher than normal. "Used to be," I replied, cutting the engine. "Trail washed out a few years back. Nobody maintains it anymore." I watched their faces carefully, giving them a chance to back out. Dr. Lang simply nodded and began unloading her equipment, all business. Byron swallowed hard but followed her lead, trying to mask his nervousness with activity. We distributed gear, filled water bladders, checked GPS units, and reviewed emergency protocols. I made sure both of them understood that cell service was non-existent out here, and if something went wrong, we'd be on our own until we hiked back to the truck. By 7:30 we were walking. The terrain unfolded in layers of sedimentary rock, each stratum a different shade of red, orange, or gray. Juniper trees dotted the hillsides, their trunks gnarled and twisted by constant wind. The earth beneath our boots was a mixture of sand, shale, and crumbled stone that shifted with every step. Heat rose quickly as the sun climbed higher, turning the air dry enough to crack lips and parch throats within the first mile. Dr. Lang moved with surprising stamina, stopping frequently to examine rock faces and take notes. Byron struggled more, unused to the altitude and the weight of his pack. I set a moderate pace, pausing often to let him catch his breath without making it obvious. Every so often I'd scan the horizon, checking landmarks against my memory of the area. The landscape felt familiar but subtly wrong, like returning to a childhood home and finding the furniture rearranged. We walked for hours through that empty country. The silence was immense, broken only by the crunch of boots on stone and the occasional cry of a raven circling overhead. No highways, no aircraft, no distant machinery, just wind and rock and the vast blue sky pressing down on us. It was the kind of quiet that made you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breath, the small sounds of your body moving through space. Around noon, we stopped for lunch in the shade of a tall rock fin. I rationed out water carefully, knowing from experience how quickly dehydration could turn dangerous out here. Byron drank too fast, gulping down half his supply before I reminded him to pace himself. Dr. Lang pulled out her geological survey maps, comparing them to GPS coordinates and making annotations with a pencil. She seemed energized by the landscape, pointing out fossil beds and explaining how ancient seas had once covered this entire region millions of years ago. I listened with half attention, my focus drifting to the surrounding terrain. We'd entered a section of hogback I remembered only vaguely, a network of narrow ravines and steep-walled canyons that dead-ended frequently, forcing you to backtrack and find alternate routes. The rock formations here were dramatic, layers of sandstone and shale tilted at severe angles, creating knife-edge ridges and deep shadows even in direct sunlight. It was stunning country, but it had always made me uneasy in ways I couldn't articulate. Too many blind corners, too many places where visibility dropped to nothing. We resumed hiking, descending into a wide wash that curved between high walls. The sand here was fine and deep, making every step an effort. Byron's breathing grew labored, his face flushed red beneath a sheen of sweat. I slowed the pace further, allowing more frequent rest stops. Dr. Lang seemed oblivious to the difficulty, her attention fixed on the exposed geological layers in the canyon walls. By mid-afternoon, I'd found a suitable campsite, a protected alcove beneath a limestone overhang that offered shelter and a clear view of the surrounding area. A flat shelf of rock provided space for tents, and a nearby depression in the stone held rainwater that hadn't yet evaporated. I tested the water quality, found it acceptable, and began setting up camp while Dr. Lang and Byron explored the immediate vicinity. The sun was low when they returned, casting long shadows across the canyon floor. Byron looked exhausted, barely able to keep his eyes open as he helped gather firewood. We built a small fire using dried juniper branches and scraps of bark, the smoke rising straight up in the still evening air. I prepared a simple meal of dehydrated stew and instant coffee, and we ate in comfortable silence as daylight faded into dusk. Stars emerged one by one, then by the thousands, spreading across the sky in a luminous band that stretched horizon to horizon. The Milky Way appeared so dense and bright it cast faint shadows. Byron stared upward with genuine wonder, momentarily forgetting his exhaustion. Dr. Lang made notes by headlamp, documenting the day's observations and planning tomorrow's survey route. I sat apart from them, my back against the alcove wall, watching the fire burn down to coals. Something felt off, though I couldn't identify what exactly. Maybe it was the absolute absence of sound. No insects, no distant coyotes, nothing. Or maybe it was the bones I'd noticed scattered around the camp perimeter while setting up tents. Cattle bones, I'd assumed at first, bleached white by sun and weather. But examining them more closely had revealed something strange. They were too clean, stripped of every trace of tissue without any evidence of scavengers. No tooth marks, no claw scrapes, no signs of the usual feeding patterns I'd seen countless times before. Just clean white bone partially buried in sand. I didn't mention it to the others. No point in creating worry over something that probably had a simple explanation. Cattle died out here regularly, victims of drought or disease or simple bad luck. The bones meant nothing. Still, I kept my revolver close as I settled into my sleeping bag, the weight of it reassuring beneath my makeshift pillow. Sleep came slowly that first night. I lay on my back staring up at the rock ceiling of the alcove, listening to Byron's soft snoring and Dr. Lang's quiet breathing. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, providing just enough light to see the rough outlines of our camp. My body was tired from the long hike, but my mind wouldn't quiet down, circling back repeatedly to those scattered bones and the unnatural silence surrounding us. Around midnight, I heard something that made my eyes snap open. Footsteps. Not the scuffing, irregular sounds of an animal moving through brush, but deliberate steps on stone and packed sand. Slow, measured, methodical. The rhythm was too steady, too careful. Something was circling our camp, moving along the perimeter just beyond the reach of the firelight's dying glow. I remained motionless, barely breathing, straining to hear more clearly. The steps continued, left to right, then back again, pacing in a wide arc around the alcove. My hand slid slowly beneath my sleeping bag until my fingers closed around the grip of my revolver. The metal felt cold against my palm, grounding me. The footsteps stopped directly opposite my position, maybe 30 yards out. I waited, counting my own heartbeats, wondering if I should wake the others. But what would I tell them? That I heard something walking? In the morning, they'd chalk it up to nerves or imagination, and maybe they'd be right. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the steps resumed, completing their circuit and fading gradually into the distance. I sat up slowly, thumb finding the release on my headlamp. With one quick motion, I clicked it on and swept the beam across the surrounding darkness. Nothing, just empty desert, shadowed rock formations, and the dark shapes of scattered juniper trees. No movement, no reflected eyeshine, no sign that anything had been there at all. I kept the light on for several minutes, examining every shadow and hollow, but the landscape remained still and lifeless. Eventually, I turned off the headlamp and lay back down, but sleep was impossible now. I remained awake until the first gray light of dawn began seeping into the eastern sky. The revolver gripped loosely in my right hand, my jaw clenched tight enough to make my teeth ache. When morning finally arrived, I felt hollowed out and jittery from lack of sleep. I built up the fire and started coffee while Dr. Lang emerged from her tent, stretching and commenting on how well she'd slept. Byron's tent remained closed, the zipper still fastened. "Byron," Dr. Lang called, her voice still rough with sleep. "We should get an early start if we want to cover the survey area." No response. She called again, louder this time, moving toward his tent. I stood slowly, that familiar sense of wrongness settling into my gut like cold lead. Dr. Lang reached for the zipper, pulling it down quickly. The tent was empty. Byron's sleeping bag lay twisted and empty, the interior still holding the shape of his body. His boots sat neatly beside the tent entrance, laces tied. His backpack leaned against the alcove wall exactly where he'd left it the night before. His jacket hung from a tent stake, undisturbed. Everything was there except Byron himself. Dr. Lang's face went pale. "Byron," she shouted, her voice cracking slightly. "Byron, where are you?" I stepped past her, examining the ground around his tent. The sand held no clear prints, but I noticed several scuff marks leading away from the campsite, disappearing into the shadows of the wash. My stomach tightened. Byron wouldn't have wandered off barefoot in this terrain, not willingly. "Maybe he went to relieve himself," Dr. Lang said, but her tone betrayed her doubt. We searched the immediate area, calling his name repeatedly. Our voices echoed off the canyon walls, bouncing back in hollow mockery. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 20. The sun rose higher, heating the rocks and filling the wash with harsh light that created deep contrasting shadows. I grabbed my binoculars and climbed to a higher vantage point, scanning the surrounding terrain systematically. Desert stretched in every direction. Rock fins, scattered vegetation, the distant dark line of a ravine cutting through the landscape. Nothing moved except the slight shimmer of heat rising from sun-warmed stone. Then I saw it. About 200 yards away, down in a narrow ravine choked with dead juniper, something stood upright among the twisted branches. I adjusted the focus, bringing the image into sharp clarity, and felt my blood turn cold. It was Byron. His body stood rigidly against a juniper trunk, arms hanging at unnatural angles, head tilted back at a degree that should have been impossible without breaking his neck. Even from this distance, even through the binoculars' distortion, I could see that something was profoundly wrong with the way he was positioned. His bare feet didn't quite touch the ground. He was propped, displayed, positioned with deliberate care. "Dr. Lang," I called down, my voice steady despite the ice spreading through my chest. "I found him." She scrambled up beside me, and I handed her the binoculars, pointing toward the ravine. She looked sucked in a sharp breath, and nearly dropped the binoculars. Her hand flew to her mouth. We descended from the alcove and made our way toward the ravine. Moving carefully down a steep embankment of loose shale, my legs felt mechanical, disconnected from conscious thought. Part of me wanted to turn around, to leave Byron where he was and get as far away from this place as possible, but I kept moving forward. Dr. Lang close behind me, both of us silent except for the sound of our boots on stone. When we reached the ravine bottom, we had to push through thick brush to reach him. And then we were standing there 3 feet away from Byron's body, and the full horror of it crashed over me like cold water. His eyes were gone, not torn out or damaged, simply absent. The sockets were clean and empty, dark hollows staring blindly upward at the morning sky. His skin was pale gray, drained completely of color. His mouth hung slightly open in an expression that wasn't quite fear, wasn't quite surprise, but something else entirely. Something that suggested he'd seen something his mind couldn't process in those final moments. But the worst part, the detail that made my hands shake and my breathing turn shallow, was the complete absence of blood. No wounds, no scratches, no signs of struggle. His body was pristine except for those empty eye sockets. The ground beneath him was undisturbed, unmarked. No tracks, no drag marks, nothing to indicate how he'd gotten here or what had done this to him. Dr. Lang made a sound between a sob and a gasp. She turned away, pressing both hands against her face, shoulders shaking. I forced myself to look away from Byron and examine the surrounding area. The ravine was narrow, boxed in by high walls. Dead junipers choked the passage, their branches gray and brittle. In the sand I noticed more bones, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, partially buried and scattered throughout the ravine. Vertebrae, ribs, long bones from large animals, all of them cleaned completely, stripped of every trace of organic matter. "We need to leave," I said quietly. "Right now." Dr. Lang nodded without speaking, without looking back at Byron's body. We turned and climbed out of the ravine, moving faster than caution should have allowed, scraped our hands on rock and tore our clothes on dead branches in our haste to get away. When we reached the campsite, I started throwing gear into packs without bothering to organize anything properly. Tents could stay, the survey equipment could stay, none of it mattered anymore. We needed water, navigation tools, and distance from this place. Dr. Lang stood frozen, staring at Byron's empty tent. "We can't just leave him there," she whispered. "We can't help him," I replied more harshly than intended. "And whatever did that to him might still be close." She opened her mouth to argue, but the words died before she could speak them, because at that moment we both saw movement on the ridge above us. A figure stood silhouetted against the bright morning sky, approximately 300 yards away on the highest point of the surrounding ridge. It was naked, completely exposed to the harsh sunlight, and it stood with an unnatural stillness that immediately set every nerve in my body screaming. Even from that distance, even as a dark silhouette against the glare, I knew it was meant to look like Byron. Dr. Lang saw it too. Her breath caught, and she grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. We stood frozen, staring upward, as the figure began moving toward us. It didn't walk so much as glide, each step flowing into the next with an impossible smoothness. The movements were wrong. No hesitation, no accommodation for the rough terrain, no natural variation in gait, just steady, relentless forward motion. My hand moved to the revolver on my belt, fingers closing around the grip. The figure stopped immediately, as though it could sense the threat from hundreds of yards away. For a long moment, nothing moved. The desert held its collective breath. Then the figure tilted its head upward, and even from that distance I knew it was looking directly at me. Not at us, at me specifically. The recognition was visceral, undeniable, and as it tilted its head, I caught a glimpse of its face in the direct sunlight. The features were Byron's, but stretched, elongated, the proportions subtly wrong in ways that my brain struggled to process. The mouth was too wide, pulled into something that might have been a smile but contained no warmth, no humanity. And the eyes, even from 300 yards away, I could see that the eyes were wrong, too large, too dark, reflecting light in a way that made my stomach turn. Dr. Lang made a small, choked sound. Her fingers dug deeper into my arm. The figure took another step forward, then another. Each movement deliberate, testing, watching for our reaction. I slowly pulled the revolver free, keeping it pointed at the ground but visible. The figure paused again. "Get in the truck," I said quietly, not taking my eyes off the thing on the ridge. "But now." Dr. Lang released my arm and moved toward where we'd left our packs. I backed up slowly, maintaining eye contact with the figure, revolver held loosely at my side. The thing tilted its head the other direction, bird-like, curious. Then it raised one arm in what might have been a wave, or might have been a beckoning gesture. I raised the revolver, pointing it directly at the figure. The response was immediate. It stepped backward smoothly, retreating into the shadows of a rock formation, and vanished from sight as though it had never been there at all. My hands were shaking badly now. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think clearly despite the adrenaline flooding my system. Dr. Lang appeared beside me, both packs slung over her shoulders, her face the color of ash. "What was that?" she whispered. "I don't know. We're leaving." We hurried back toward the trailhead, moving as quickly as the terrain allowed. Every few minutes I'd stop and scan behind us, checking for pursuit. The desert remained empty, silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, evaluated, studied by something that understood far more about us than we could ever understand about it. The hike out should have taken 4 hours. After 6 hours of pushing through the heat, scrambling over obstacles, and retracing our steps through identical-looking ravines, I had to accept the truth. We were lost. The landmarks I'd used to navigate on the way in had shifted or disappeared entirely. Rock formations that should have been on our left appeared on our right. Washes that had been dry now held standing water. The GPS unit showed us miles off course, impossibly far from where we should have been. None of it made sense. Dr. Lang was struggling, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her face dangerously flushed. We'd been rationing water, but the heat was brutal, and we'd sweated out more than we could safely afford to lose. I knew the signs of heat exhaustion, the confusion, the weakness, the headache that made thinking difficult. She needed shade, rest, and more water than we had. We stopped in the shadow of a massive boulder, and I made her drink half of my remaining water despite her protests. She slumped against the rock, eyes closed, while I tried to figure out where we'd gone wrong. The sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its descent toward the western horizon. We had maybe 4 more hours of daylight, and then we'd be stuck out here in the dark with something that had already killed once. I was considering our options, none of them good, when I heard the sound of an engine. At first I thought it was dehydration playing tricks on my ears, but the sound grew louder, unmistakable, the diesel rattle of an old truck laboring over rough terrain. I stood quickly, scanning the landscape, and spotted a plume of dust rising from behind a nearby ridge. "Someone's here," I said, helping Dr. Lang to her feet. "Come on." We scrambled up a rocky slope toward the sound, moving with desperate energy we shouldn't have had left. At the crest we saw it, an ancient pickup truck, faded blue paint almost completely obscured by dust and rust, bumping along what might have been a service road or might have just been a dried stream bed. I waved both arms over my head, shouting. The truck slowed, then stopped. For a terrible moment, I thought the driver might turn around and leave us there, but then the vehicle shifted into reverse, backing up until it was level with our position. The driver's side window rolled down with a mechanical whine. The man behind the wheel was older, probably in his 70s, with weathered brown skin and deep lines etched around his eyes and mouth. He wore a faded denim shirt and a stained baseball cap. His expression was neutral, unreadable, but his eyes moved from my face to the revolver still holstered at my hip. "You two need help," he stated flatly. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I managed, my voice cracked and hoarse. "We got turned around. My friend needs water." He nodded once, then reached across and opened the passenger door. "Get in." We climbed into the truck. Dr. Lang collapsing onto the cracked leather bench seat. The interior smelled like old tobacco, dust, and something else. Sage, maybe, or juniper smoke. The old man handed us a plastic water jug without a word, and we drank gratefully. He put the truck in gear and started driving, navigating the rough terrain with practiced ease. I waited for him to ask questions, why we were out here, what had happened, where we needed to go, but he remained silent, eyes fixed on the path ahead. After nearly 20 minutes, when we'd covered enough distance that I no longer felt the immediate pressure of panic, I finally spoke. "Thank you," I said. Something happened out there, something bad." The old man nodded slowly but didn't respond. We drove in silence for another mile before he finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "That area doesn't get used anymore, not for years now." I waited, sensing there was more. "Last cattle went down there in 2017, he continued. "Rancher lost 30 head in 2 weeks. Found them arranged in patterns, clean bones, no blood." He paused, shifting gears as we climbed a steep incline. "After that, we stopped going down there." My throat had gone dry again despite the water. "What did it?" The old man's jaw tightened. He took a long moment before answering. "Some of the elders have names for it. Different tribes, different languages, but the same idea. A thing that walks in daylight now. Used to only come out at night, but that was a long time ago." He glanced at me briefly, then back to the road. "You didn't shoot at it, did you?" "No," I whispered. "Almost did, but no." "Good," he nodded approvingly. "Never shoot at something that doesn't leave tracks. Bullets just make it angry." We drove for what felt like hours through that empty country, following dirt roads that barely qualified as paths. The old man navigated with the confidence of someone who'd spent his entire life in this landscape, reading subtle variations in terrain that I couldn't even perceive. Dr. Lang had fallen into an exhausted sleep against the window, her breathing finally steady and regular. I wanted to ask more questions. What the thing was, where it came from, why it had taken Byron, but something in the old man's posture discouraged conversation. He drove with both hands on the wheel, eyes constantly scanning the landscape as though expecting something to appear at any moment. Eventually, the terrain began to smooth out. We intersected with a maintained gravel road, then paved highway, and finally we pulled into a small gas station on the outskirts of Blanco. The sun was low on the horizon, painting the western sky in shades of orange and deep red. The old man put the truck in park, but left the engine running. He turned to face me directly for the first time, and I saw something in his eyes that made me go still. Not fear exactly, but a deep wariness, the kind that comes from knowledge that costs too much. "What happened to your friend?" he said quietly. "That's what it does. It takes someone, wears them like clothing, studies how they move, how they speak, gets better at pretending each time." He paused. "Used to be it would make mistakes. Move wrong, speak wrong. People would know something was off. But it's been learning for a long time now." "How long?" I asked. He shook his head. "Longer than anyone remembers. The elders say it's always been here in one form or another. Sometimes it goes quiet for years, decades even. Then something brings it back. Tourists, usually. People who don't know better." Dr. Lang stirred in her sleep but didn't wake. The old man glanced at her, then back to me. "You should go home," he said. "Both of you. Forget what you saw out there. Don't talk about it. Don't write about it. Don't try to make sense of it. Some things are better left alone." "What about Byron?" I asked. "What about his body?" The old man's expression softened slightly. "The body's just meat now. What made him a person is already gone. If you send people looking for him, they'll disappear too. That's how it works. It waits, watches, and when someone comes close, it takes them." He reached across and opened my door. "Best thing you can do is leave and never come back." We climbed out of the truck, and I reached for my wallet, intending to offer him money for gas and his time. He waved me off with a sharp gesture. "No payment," he said firmly. "Just remember what I told you. And tell your friend when she wakes up, some places belong to things older than us. We're just visitors here passing through. Don't forget that." Before I could respond, he shifted into drive and pulled away, leaving us standing in the parking lot as twilight deepened into darkness. The gas station's fluorescent lights flickered on automatically, harsh and artificial after days in the desert. A car drove past on the highway, its headlights sweeping across us briefly before continuing into the night. Dr. Lang woke slowly, disoriented and confused. I helped her inside the gas station, bought her water and food, and called a cab to take us back to Aztec. She didn't speak much, still processing everything that had happened. I didn't push her. What could either of us say that would make any difference? The cab ride passed in silence. When we reached town, Dr. Lang had me drop her at the rental SUV. We stood in the parking lot for a moment, neither of us quite able to make eye contact. "What do we tell people?" she asked finally. "About Byron?" "The truth," I said. "We got separated during the hike. Despite searching, we couldn't find him. We had to leave when our supplies ran out." "That's not the truth." "It's close enough." She nodded slowly, accepting this. "I'm leaving tonight, driving straight to Albuquerque, catching the first flight out tomorrow morning." "Good idea. What about you?" I looked up at the night sky, at the stars beginning to emerge between clouds. "I live here. This is my home." "I'm sorry," she said quietly, "for bringing you out there, for Byron." "Not your fault," I replied, though I wasn't entirely sure I believed it. She drove away without another word. I watched her tail lights disappear around a corner, then walked the remaining blocks to my apartment, too tired and too numb to think clearly. I called in sick to work for the next 3 days, spending the time mostly in bed, curtains drawn, trying to convince myself that life could return to some kind of normal. It didn't work. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Byron's empty sockets staring up at nothing, or the thing on the ridge tilting its head with inhuman curiosity. On the 4th day, I got a call from the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. Dr. Lang had filed a missing persons report for Byron Walsh before leaving the state. A deputy wanted to take my statement, to understand what had happened during our hiking trip. I met him at the station and gave him the sanitized version we'd gotten separated. Searched for hours, ultimately had to leave when supplies ran low. The deputy was professional and thorough, taking detailed notes and asking all the right questions. He wanted exact coordinates, descriptions of the terrain, specifics about our search patterns. I provided what I could, carefully editing out anything that would sound insane. No mention of the arranged body, the impossible figure on the ridge, or the old man's warnings. Just a straightforward account of a hiking accident in dangerous country. A search and rescue team went out 5 days later. They found our abandoned campsite, Byron's unused equipment, but no trace of Byron himself. The ravine where we'd found his body was empty. No remains, no bones, no evidence that anything had ever been there. After 3 days of intensive searching, they suspended the operation. Byron Walsh was officially listed as missing and presumed dead, his body lost somewhere in the Badlands near Navajo Dam. Dr. Lang never called or emailed. I didn't reach out to her either. We had an unspoken agreement that some experiences were better left unexamined, some questions better left unasked. 2 weeks after everything happened, I took all my camping and hiking equipment out behind the hardware store. Sleeping bags, tent, backpack, maps, compass, water filters, everything. I piled it all into a rusted oil drum and doused it with lighter fluid. The fire burned hot and fast, sending thick black smoke spiraling into the evening sky. I stood watching until nothing remained but melted plastic, charred fabric, and warped metal glowing dull red in the gathering darkness. The next day, I gave notice at the hardware store. 2 weeks later, I moved to Farmington, 30 miles away, and took a job doing inventory management for a tool distributor. Inside work, fluorescent lights, concrete floors, no windows looking out at wild spaces. I haven't guided since, haven't hiked, haven't camped, haven't set foot off, maintained trails or paved roads. When people ask why I gave up guiding, I tell them I got too old for it, or that the market dried up, or that my knees can't handle the terrain anymore. They accept these explanations without question. The truth is simpler and more complicated than any excuse. I know now that there are places humans aren't meant to go, things we aren't meant to see. The desert around Aztec still calls to me sometimes. I'll catch a glimpse of distant ridges from the highway, or smell juniper smoke on the wind, and feel that old familiar pull. But I've learned to ignore it. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if the thing is still out there in the hogback, waiting in those empty canyons for the next person who wanders too far off the trail. I wonder how many people it's taken over the years, how many missing hikers and hunters disappeared into that landscape without leaving a trace. I wonder if it's still learning, still perfecting its imitation of human behavior, getting better at pretending with each victim. But mostly, I try not to wonder at all. I focus on the concrete reality of inventory spreadsheets, shipping manifests, and purchase orders. I stay in well-lit places, surrounded by people. I've learned to appreciate walls and locked doors, the comforting hum of electricity, the reassuring presence of civilization. The old man was right. Some places belong to things older than us. Some territories are marked by boundaries we can't see but would be wise to respect. The desert doesn't care about our curiosity, our academic interests, our need to understand. It exists on terms that predate human language, human logic, human morality. I survived my encounter with whatever lives in the hogback, but I didn't escape unchanged. Byron's empty eyes still visit me in dreams. The figure on the ridge still tilts its head in my peripheral vision sometimes, watching with impossible patience. And on certain nights when the wind blows from the west, I swear I can hear footsteps circling my apartment, slow and steady and deliberate, pacing the perimeter just beyond the reach of the security lights. I lock my doors. I keep the blinds drawn. And I remember the old man's final warning. We're just visitors here, passing through. I don't plan on visiting that particular territory again. This happened in the 80s, in the summer of 1983. I was 35 years old then, freshly divorced and seeking solace in the depths of the Wisconsin wilderness. My name is Ezekiel Bromley. Though most folks just called me Zeke, I'd left behind a bustling career in Chicago's financial district, trading skyscrapers for towering pines, and the constant hum of traffic for the gentle whisper of wind through leaves. The cabin I'd purchased sight unseen was more dilapidated than the realtor had led me to believe, but I didn't mind. Its worn wooden walls and slightly askew porch spoke of history, of stories untold, and I was eager to add my own chapter to its weathered pages. As I pulled up in my beat-up Ford pickup, loaded down with what remained of my worldly possessions, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. This was it, a fresh start. The first few weeks were a blur of manual labor. I threw myself into repairing the cabin, grateful for the distraction it provided from my tumultuous thoughts. Each swing of the hammer, each board I replaced, felt like therapy. The mindless repetition of physical work allowed me to process the emotional baggage I'd dragged with me from the city. It was during this time that I met my nearest neighbor, Corinne Bigsby. She lived about a mile down the dirt road with her 2 children, Rowena and Kingdon. Corinne was a sturdy woman in her early 40s, with calloused hands that spoke of a life lived close to the land. Her children, both teenagers, had inherited their mother's self-reliant nature. Corinne appeared at my door one afternoon, a steaming apple pie in her hands and a cautious smile on her weathered face. "Thought you might appreciate some home cooking," she said, her voice gruff but kind. "Can't imagine you've had much time for it, what with all the hammering I've been hearing." I invited her in, suddenly aware of how sparse and makeshift my living arrangements were. We sat at my rickety kitchen table, the rich aroma of cinnamon and apples filling the air as we talked. Corinne filled me in on the local gossip, though in a place this remote, local was a relative term. "Not much happens around here," she said, a hint of pride in her voice. "That's why most of us came out this way, to get away from it all." She paused, her expression growing serious. "But lately there's been talk. people going missing in some of the towns further out. Probably nothing to worry about way out here, but, well, just keep your wits about you, Zeke." I nodded, filing away the information but not giving it much thought. After all, I'd come here to escape the dangers and anxieties of city life. Surely whatever was happening in those distant towns couldn't touch me here in my woodland sanctuary. As the weeks wore on, I settled into a routine. My days were filled with continued work on the cabin, exploration of the surrounding forest, and occasional visits from Corinne and her kids. They'd often bring over homemade treats, jams, pies, even fresh venison when hunting season came around. In return, I'd help out with repairs on their property or lend a hand with particularly arduous chores. It was during one of these chore days, as I was helping Corinne chop firewood near the edge of her property, that I first saw it. A figure, distant and indistinct, standing motionless among the trees. I paused mid-swing, squinting against the afternoon sun to get a better look. "Everything all right?" Corinne asked, noticing my distraction. I blinked, and the figure was gone. "Yeah, just thought I saw something in the woods, probably just a deer." Corinne's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Probably," she agreed, but there was a note in her voice that made me wonder if she'd seen something similar before. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the symphony of crickets and distant owl hoots, I couldn't shake the memory of that figure. There had been something off about its proportions, something not quite right, but exhaustion soon overcame my unease, and I drifted off into a fitful sleep. I woke with a start sometime in the early hours of the morning. The cabin was pitch black, the kind of darkness you only find far from city lights, but something had roused me. A sound, a presence. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. There, a soft scraping sound, like claws on wood, coming from just outside my bedroom window. My heart began to race, pumping adrenaline through my veins. Slowly, carefully, I reached for the flashlight I kept on my bedside table. The scraping stopped abruptly. Had whatever it was heard me move? I held my breath, finger poised over the flashlight switch. Seconds stretched into an eternity. Then a low, rumbling growl. So deep I felt it in my chest more than heard it. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite bear, not quite wolf, but something primal and terrifying. I flicked on the flashlight, my hand shaking as I aimed it at the window. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of matted fur and gleaming eyes before the creature vanished into the night. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees, I ventured outside, flashlight in one hand and my old Louisville Slugger in the other. What I found chilled me to the bone. Deep claw marks scored the wooden siding of the cabin, concentrated around my bedroom window. Whatever had made them was large, far larger than any animal I knew to inhabit these woods. And there, in the soft earth beneath the window, was a single, massive paw print. I stood there, bat clutched tightly in my trembling hands, as the full weight of my isolation crashed down upon me. I was alone out here, miles from help, with something dangerous lurking in the shadows of the forest. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of sanity and survival. As the summer days grew longer and hotter, an undercurrent of unease began to permeate the peaceful facade of my woodland retreat. The incident at my cabin window wasn't isolated. Strange occurrences became more frequent, each one chipping away at my sense of security. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and orange, I sat on my porch, nursing a glass of whiskey and watching fireflies dance among the trees. The chirping of crickets filled the air, a soothing white noise that usually lulled me into a state of relaxation. But tonight something felt off. The crickets fell silent all at once, as if a switch had been flipped. The sudden absence of sound was jarring, and I found myself sitting up straighter, every nerve on high alert. That's when I heard it, a low, rhythmic thumping coming from deep within the forest. It was too steady to be an animal, too powerful to be anything human. I stood up slowly, straining my eyes to peer into the deepening gloom between the trees. The thumping grew louder, closer. Shadows seemed to shift and writhe, taking on monstrous forms in my imagination. My hand tightened around the glass, knuckles turning white. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night, causing me to jump and drop my glass. It shattered on the porch, shards of glass glittering in the fading light like fallen stars. The scream lingered, raw and agonized, before tapering off into a gurgling moan that made my skin crawl. Heart pounding, I rushed inside and grabbed my shotgun. By the time I worked up the courage to venture back out, an eerie silence had fallen over the woods. The thumping had stopped, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I stood there for what felt like hours, gun clutched tightly to my chest, but nothing emerged from the tree line. The next morning, I hiked out to where I thought the sounds had come from. I found nothing, no tracks, no signs of struggle, nothing to indicate that the horrors of the previous night had been anything more than a figment of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard was real. When I mentioned the incident to Corinne during her next visit, her face grew pale. "You're not the only one who's heard things," she said quietly, glancing nervously out the window. "Rowena, my daughter, she woke up screaming a few nights ago, said she saw a face at her window, but it wasn't human. Too big," she said, with eyes that glowed like embers. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you think it is?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Corinne shook her head. "I don't know, but it's not just here. I've been hearing stories from town. People gone missing, livestock found torn apart. Some folks are saying it's just a bear, maybe rabid. Others," she trailed off, biting her lip. "Others what?" I pressed. "Others are saying it's something else, something that ain't natural." She met my eyes, and I saw fear there, raw and primal. "My granddaddy used to tell stories about these woods. Said there were things here, old things, that didn't take kindly to people encroaching on their territory. I always thought they were just tales to keep us kids from wandering too far. Now I'm not so sure." That night, I double-checked every lock, every window. I loaded my shotgun and kept it by my bed. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by vivid nightmares of glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. I woke sometime past midnight, disoriented and drenched in sweat. At first I couldn't pinpoint what had roused me. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the living room. Tap, 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 like a fingernail on glass. Gripping the shotgun, I crept down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. The tapping continued, steady and insistent. As I rounded the corner into the living room, my blood ran cold. There, at the large picture window that overlooked the forest, was a hand. But it wasn't human. It was massive, easily twice the size of my own, with long, curved claws that clicked against the glass with each tap. The skin was a mottled gray, covered in coarse, patchy fur. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The tapping stopped. Slowly, so slowly, a face began to rise into view. It was long and lupine, with a snout full of yellow, dagger-like teeth. But the eyes were almost human, filled with an intelligence that made the creature all the more terrifying. Our gazes locked, and in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that this thing, whatever it was aware. It knew me, it had been watching, waiting, toying with its prey. A guttural growl emanated from its throat, so low it was almost subsonic, vibrating in my chest cavity. Then, quick as a flash, it was gone, leaving nothing but a quickly fading patch of mist on the window where its breath had condensed. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of my room, shotgun aimed at the door, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin settling. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but alive. That morning, I went to Corinne's place. I needed to warn her, to make sure she and her kids were safe. But as I pulled up to their cabin, I knew immediately that something was wrong. The front door stood ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. "Corinne," I called out, approaching cautiously. "Rowena, Kingdon? Anyone home?" There was no response. With shaking hands, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The interior was a scene of chaos. Furniture overturned, claw marks scoring the walls. And there, on the floor of the living room, was a large pool of congealing blood. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. This was no longer just a series of strange occurrences or half-glimpsed shadows in the night. This was real, visceral danger. And I was right in the middle of it, as I stood there trying to process the scene before me. A distant howl echoed through the trees. It was answered by another, closer this time, and another. The woods around me suddenly felt alive with unseen presences, watching, waiting. I knew then that I had a choice to make. I could run, try to make it back to civilization and alert the authorities, but that would mean leaving Corinne and her children to whatever fate had befallen them. Or I could venture deeper into this nightmare, try to find them and face whatever horrors awaited me in the depths of the forest. With trembling hands, I checked the load in my shotgun. The weight of the weapon was reassuring, even if I doubted its effectiveness against whatever creatures were out there. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back outside. The sun was high in the sky, but the forest ahead seemed to swallow all light, creating a wall of impenetrable shadow. As I took my first step towards those waiting woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking willingly into the jaws of a monster. But I had no choice. Whatever was out there, whatever had taken Corinne and her kids, I had to face it. And so, with fear as my constant companion, I plunged into the darkness of the forest, unsure if I would ever see the light of day again. The forest closed around me like a living entity, branches reaching out as if trying to impede my progress. The pleasant woodland scents I'd grown accustomed to over the past months were gone, replaced by a dank, musty odor that reminded me of decay and stagnant water. Every step I took felt watched, evaluated by unseen eyes lurking just beyond my field of vision. I tried to focus on tracking, looking for signs of Corinne and her children's passage, but the forest floor seemed unnaturally devoid of traces. No broken twigs, no disturbed leaf litter, nothing to indicate that anyone or anything had come this way. It was as if the woods themselves were conspiring to hide the truth from me. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, the canopy above grew denser, filtering out more and more sunlight until I was left in a perpetual twilight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and a clammy mist began to curl around my ankles. Time seemed to lose all meaning. I couldn't tell if I'd been walking for hours or mere minutes. Suddenly, I froze. There, just ahead, was a clearing I didn't recognize. At its center stood an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its trunk easily 15 feet in diameter. But it was what surrounded the tree that made my blood run cold. Bones. Hundreds, maybe thousands of bones of all sizes littered the ground around the oak. Some were obviously animal, deer, raccoon, bear. But others were unmistakably human. Skulls grinned up at me from the leaf litter. Arm and leg bones formed grotesque patterns on the forest floor. As I stood there, paralyzed by the grisly scene before me, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I whirled around, shotgun at the ready, but saw nothing but shadows and mist. Another crack, this time to my left, then another to my right. The sounds were coming faster now, from all directions. Heart pounding, I backed towards the ancient oak, desperate for some kind of cover. That's when I noticed the carvings. The tree's bark was covered in crude, ancient symbols, spirals, stick figures, and shapes I couldn't begin to decipher. They seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly green light. A low growl rumbled through the clearing, setting my teeth on edge. I spun around, trying to pinpoint its source, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The mist was thickening, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, emerging from the fog like a nightmare-given form, came a creature straight out of humanity's darkest primordial fears. It stood easily 8 feet tall, its body a twisted amalgamation of wolf and bear, covered in matted fur that seemed to absorb light. But its face was almost human, with intelligent eyes that gleamed with malevolent awareness. I raised my shotgun, fingers fumbling with the trigger. But before I could fire, the creature spoke. Its voice was like gravel being crushed, deep and painful to hear. Ezekiel Bromley, it growled, my name sounding like a curse from its lipless mouth. We've been waiting for you. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. What are you? I managed to stammer. The creature's mouth split in a grotesque approximation of a smile, revealing rows of yellow dagger-like teeth. We are the old ones, it said, the first to walk these lands, long before your kind crawled from the muck. We are the nightmare that your ancestors whispered about around their fires. We are hunger incarnate. As it spoke, more shapes emerged from the mist. Smaller creatures, some walking on all fours, others eerily upright, all with the same twisted melding of animal and human features. They formed a circle around me, cutting off any hope of escape. Where are Corinne and her children? I demanded, trying to keep my voice from shaking. The lead creature's eyes glittered with cruel amusement. The woman and her offspring, they have joined us, as all who enter our domain eventually do. As you will, Ezekiel Bromley. With a sinking heart, I realized the truth. The bones scattered around the clearing. Some of them must belong to Corinne and her kids. I raised my shotgun again, knowing it was futile but unwilling to go down without a fight. The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Your weapons cannot harm us, little man. We are beyond such mortal concerns. As if to demonstrate, it lunged forward with impossible speed. I fired, the blast deafening in the enclosed space. But the creature didn't even flinch as the buckshot tore through its body. Before I could chamber another round, it was upon me, knocking the gun from my hands with casual ease. I found myself lifted off the ground, the creature's clawed hand wrapped around my throat. As my vision began to darken at the edges, I saw the other creatures closing in, their eyes hungry, mouths slavering. Welcome to eternity, Ezekiel Bromley, the lead creature growled. Your flesh will feed us, and your soul will join the chorus of the damned that gives us strength. As consciousness began to slip away, I had one last, terrible realization. The stories Corinne had mentioned, the tales her grandfather told, they weren't just stories, they were warnings. Warnings that had gone unheeded for far too long. The last thing I saw before blackness claimed me was the ancient oak tree. In my oxygen-deprived state, I could have sworn I saw faces in its bark, tortured, screaming faces of countless victims who had come before me. Then, mercifully, I knew no more. When I awoke, I was changed. The hunger was the first thing I noticed. A gnawing, all-consuming need that felt like it would tear me apart from the inside. My body felt wrong, twisted and reformed into something that was no longer fully human. I had become one of them, a creature of nightmare, bound to the ancient woods and the eldritch powers that dwelled within. And as the last vestiges of my humanity slipped away, I realized with dawning horror that my torment was only beginning. For in the dark heart of the forest, time has no meaning. The hunger never ceases. And the hunt is eternal. Time lost all meaning in the depths of that primordial forest. Days blended into nights, weeks into months, in an endless cycle of hunger and hunt. My body, once human, had become a twisted reflection of the creatures that had claimed me. Fur sprouted from my skin, my bones elongated and reshaped, and my senses sharpened to supernatural acuity. But the physical changes paled in comparison to the transformation of my mind. The hunger that gnawed at me was more than just a need for sustenance. It was a primal, all-consuming urge that threatened to obliterate whatever remnants of humanity still clung to my psyche. I found myself moving through the forest with a predator's grace, stalking prey with an instinct that felt both foreign and deeply familiar. The first time I brought down a deer, tearing into its warm flesh with newly sharpened teeth, I felt a surge of savage joy that horrified the part of me that still remembered being Ezekiel Bromley. But that part grew smaller with each passing day, with each life taken to sate the insatiable hunger. The others, I could no longer think of them as monsters, for I was one of them now, taught me the ways of our kind. They showed me how to move unseen through the trees, how to track prey across impossible distances, how to use the ancient magics that pulsed through the very earth beneath our feet. I learned of our history, a tale as old as the land itself. We were the guardians of the wild places, the keepers of secrets too terrible for mortal minds to comprehend. Humanity, in its relentless expansion, had forgotten the old ways, had ceased to pay tribute to the dark forces that slumbered just beyond the veil of reality. And so, we hunted, we culled, we reminded them of the price of their hubris. But even as I embraced my new nature, a small part of me rebelled. In quiet moments when the hunger subsided to a dull ache, I would remember flashes of my old life, the warmth of sunlight on my face, the taste of coffee on a crisp morning, the sound of laughter shared with friends. These memories brought with them a profound sense of loss, a yearning for a world I could never return to. It was during one of these moments of clarity that I made a decision. I would find a way to break free from this curse, to reclaim my humanity. But I knew it wouldn't be easy. The others would never let me go willingly, and the hunger would not be denied. My opportunity came on a moonless night, when the darkness was so complete it seemed to swallow all sound and light. The pack had gathered for a hunt. Our target, a group of campers who had strayed too far from the marked trails. As we circled our prey, preparing to strike, I broke away. I ran faster than I ever had before, my new form allowing me to cover ground at an impossible speed. Behind me I could hear the enraged howls of my former packmates as they realized my betrayal. But I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. For days I fled, pushing my transformed body to its limits. I crossed rivers, scaled cliffs, and tore through underbrush that would have stopped a human in their tracks. All the while the hunger gnawed at me, growing stronger with each passing hour. Finally, exhausted and half mad with hunger, I stumbled upon a small town on the edge of the wilderness. The sight of buildings, of cars, of normal human life hit me like a physical blow. I realized then how far I had fallen, how much of my humanity I had lost. As I stood there, hidden in the shadows of the forest's edge, I was faced with a choice. I could give in to the hunger, could sate it on the unsuspecting people of this town, or I could fight it, could try to find a way to coexist with humanity once more. The decision was made for me when a young child, a little girl no more than 6 or 7, wandered to the edge of her backyard, peering curiously into the darkness where I lurked. Our eyes met, and I saw no fear in hers, only wonder. In that moment, something broke inside me. The hunger receded, pushed back by a flood of emotions I had thought long lost. Grief, shame, hope. They crashed over me in waves, bringing me to my knees. I retreated deeper into the woods, away from the temptation of easy prey. And there, beneath the ancient trees that had been both my prison and my home, I began the long, painful process of reclaiming my humanity. It wasn't easy. The hunger was always there, a constant companion whispering seductive promises of power and freedom from moral constraints. But I fought it, day by day, hour by hour. I forced myself to remember who I had been, to recall the values and beliefs that had once defined Ezekiel Bromley. I began to approach the edges of civilization, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. I would watch from afar as people went about their daily lives, reminding myself of the beauty and complexity of human existence. Months passed this way, a constant struggle between the man I had been and the creature I had become. Slowly, painfully, I felt myself changing. The fur began to recede, my bones shifted back towards their original shape, but I knew I would never be fully human again. The wildness, the hunger, would always be a part of me. As I write these words, hidden away in a remote cabin far from my original home, I do so as a warning. The old forces are still out there, lurking in the dark places of the world. They are patient, eternal, and ever hungry. To those who would venture into the wild places, I say this: respect the old ways. Remember the stories passed down through generations, for in those tales lie truths that our modern world has forgotten, truths that might just save your life and your soul. And to those who, like me, find themselves caught between worlds, neither fully human nor completely other, I offer hope. It is possible to find balance, to harness the power of the wild without losing oneself to it entirely, but it requires constant vigilance, unwavering determination, and a deep connection to one's own humanity. The sun is setting now, casting long shadows across the forest outside my window. Soon the night will come, bringing with it the call of the wild, the lure of the hunt. And as I do every night, I will face the darkness within me, fighting to remain Ezekiel Bromley for one more day. For I know now that the true horror lies not in the monsters that stalk the night, but in the ease with which a man can become one of them. And in that knowledge lies both my greatest fear and my ultimate salvation. As months turned into years, I found myself walking a precarious tightrope between two worlds. By day, I cautiously reintegrated into human society, taking odd jobs in small towns on the fringes of the wilderness. I'd work as a handyman, a day laborer, anything that allowed me to interact with people while keeping a safe distance. But the nights were still a battle. When darkness fell, the hunger would rise, a tide of primal urges threatening to sweep away the fragile humanity I'd rebuilt. I'd retreat to the woods, my body twisting and changing as I ran on all fours through the underbrush, howling my anguish to an uncaring moon. It was during one of these nocturnal forays that I encountered her. I was deep in the forest, miles from the nearest human settlement, when a scent caught my attention. Human, female, afraid. The hunger surged, urging me to hunt, to feed. But I fought it down, curiosity winning out over bloodlust. I found her huddled at the base of a large oak tree, her clothes torn, her face streaked with tears and dirt. She couldn't have been more than 25, with long dark hair and eyes wide with terror. As I approached, she scrambled back, pressing herself against the tree trunk. "Please," she whimpered, "don't hurt me. I'm lost. I just want to go home." Her fear was palpable, a scent so strong it made my head swim. The creature inside me roared, demanding that I pounce, that I tear and rend and feast, but the part of me that was still Ezekiel Bromley held firm. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, my voice a gravelly rumble that sounded foreign even to my own ears. "What's your name?" She blinked, clearly surprised that the monstrous figure before her could speak. "Meredith," she stuttered. "Meredith Caldwell. I was camping with friends, but I got separated. I've been wandering for hours." I nodded, fighting to keep my form as human as possible. "I can help you find your way back, Meredith, but you need to trust me. Can you do that?" She hesitated, her eyes darting between my face and the clawed hands I was trying to keep hidden in the shadows. Finally, she nodded. "I don't have much choice, do I?" As I led her through the darkened forest, I found myself opening up to her. Perhaps it was the long isolation, the years spent hiding what I had become, but words began to pour out of me. I told her everything, my transformation, my struggles, my constant battle against the hunger. To my surprise, Meredith listened without judgment. As we walked, she asked questions, showing a compassion I had thought lost to me forever. By the time we reached the edge of her campsite, I felt a connection to her that both thrilled and terrified me. "Will I see you again?" she asked as the glow of campfires became visible through the trees. I shook my head sadly. "It's not safe. I'm not safe." Meredith reached out, her hand gently touching my arm. I flinched at the contact, the first human touch I'd experienced in years. "You saved me, Ezekiel. You're more human than you give yourself credit for." As I watched her walk back to her friends, a war raged inside me. The hunger demanded that I follow, that I slaughter them all in their sleep. But there was something else now, a warmth I had almost forgotten, hope. Over the next few months, Meredith and I met in secret. She would come to the edge of the forest and we would talk for hours. She brought books on mythology and folklore, searching for any information that might help me understand my condition. More importantly, she brought friendship, a tether to the human world I had thought lost forever. But our meetings didn't go unnoticed. One night, as Meredith was leaving, I caught a familiar scent on the wind. They had found me. The pack was near. I raced after Meredith, terror lending speed to my feet. I caught up to her just as she reached her car, parked on a lonely stretch of road bordering the forest. "You need to leave," I gasped, my body already beginning to shift as adrenaline and fear coursed through me. "They're coming. The pack. If they find you with me, they'll kill you." Meredith's eyes widened in understanding. Without a word, she got into her car and started the engine. But before she drove away, she rolled down the window. "Come with me," she said, her voice urgent. "We'll figure this out together. You don't have to face them alone." For a moment, I was tempted. The thought of leaving this all behind, of starting a new life with someone who understood me, was almost overwhelming. But then I heard them, howls in the distance growing closer by the second. "Go," I said, stepping back from the car. "I'll lead them away. Just go. And don't come back, please." Tears in her eyes. Meredith nodded. As her car disappeared down the road, I turned to face the forest. The howls were closer now, and I could see shapes moving in the darkness between the trees. I let the change take me fully, embracing the monster I had fought for so long. As my body twisted and grew, bones cracking and reforming, I felt a strange sense of peace. I finally understood my purpose. I wasn't meant to rejoin human society, but neither was I meant to be a mindless beast, slaves to hunger and instinct. I was the bridge between two worlds, uniquely positioned to protect humanity from the horrors that lurked in the dark. As the pack burst from the tree line, their eyes gleaming with hunger and rage, I stood my ground. I was Ezekiel Bromley, man and monster, guardian of the threshold between civilization and wilderness, and I would not let them pass. The battle that followed was brutal and primal. Teeth and claws flashed in the moonlight as we tore into each other. I fought with every ounce of strength I possessed, driven by a determination to protect not just Meredith, but all of humanity from the fate that had befallen me. By the time dawn broke, the forest floor was stained with blood. Bodies lay strewn about, some still twitching in their death throes. I stood alone, battered and bleeding, but victorious. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, I felt the change begin to reverse. Slowly, painfully, I shifted back towards my human form. But something was different this time. The hunger, the constant gnawing need that had been my companion for so long, was quiet. I realized then that I had found my balance. By choosing to protect rather than prey upon humanity, I had reconciled the two halves of my nature. I was neither fully human nor completely monster, but something in between, a guardian of the borderlands. In the years that followed, I made the forest my home once more, but this time it was on my terms. I watched over the wilderness and those who ventured into it, silently protecting campers and hikers from the dangers they never knew existed. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I would catch a familiar scent on the wind. Meredith. She would come to the edge of the forest, leaving books or supplies, or sometimes just a note. She never ventured in, and I never showed myself. But knowing she was out there, remembering me, understanding me, gave me strength. To those who read this account, know that the world is wider and stranger than you can imagine. There are forces out there, ancient and powerful, that defy human understanding. But also know that there are guardians standing watch in the dark places, holding the line between two worlds. And if you ever find yourself lost in the wilderness, feeling eyes upon you in the darkness, know this: not all monsters are to be feared. Some of us are here to protect you, to guide you safely home. All we ask in return is respect for the wild places and the old ways. For in the end, the greatest horror is not the monsters that lurk in the shadows, but the monster that lives within each of us, waiting for its chance to emerge. It is our choices, moment by moment, day by day, that determine whether we become the hunter or the guardian. And I, Ezekiel Bromley, have made my choice. I am the watcher in the woods, the protector of the threshold. And as long as I draw breath, I will stand guard against the darkness, a monster turned guardian, forever walking the thin line between two worlds. As the years passed, I continued my solitary vigil in the forest. The seasons changed, trees grew and fell, and I remained a constant guardian against the darkness that lurked in the shadows. My reputation grew among both the human and supernatural worlds. To campers and hikers, I became a local legend, the mysterious protector of the woods. To the creatures of the night, I was a deterrent, a reminder that not all who were changed chose to give in to their baser instincts. One crisp autumn evening, as I patrolled the borders of my domain, a familiar scent caught my attention. Meredith. But there was something different this time. She wasn't alone. Curious and cautious, I made my way towards the forest's edge. There, in a small clearing, I saw her. Meredith had aged gracefully, silver streaks in her dark hair catching the moonlight. Beside her stood a young man, no more than 20, with her eyes in my jawline. With a jolt, I realized I was looking at my son. They had brought an old leather-bound journal, my journal. As I watched from the shadows, Meredith began to read aloud, sharing my story with our child. She told him of the monsters in the dark, of the thin line between man and beast, and of the choice to become a protector rather than a predator. As dawn approached and they prepared to leave, the young man spoke. "Do you think he's still out there, Mom? Still watching over the forest?" Meredith smiled, her eyes scanning the tree line. For a moment I could have sworn she looked directly at me. "I know he is, sweetie. Your father made a choice, a hard one, but the right one. He's out there, keeping us all safe." They left a package at the base of an old oak tree, books, supplies, and a letter. Once they were gone, I emerged from my hiding place. With trembling hands, I opened the letter. "Dear Ezekiel, I hope this finds you well. Our son Caleb is old enough now to know the truth. He understands the importance of your sacrifice and the weight of the legacy you've left him. He's chosen to follow in your footsteps, in his own way. Caleb is studying folklore and conservation, determined to protect the wild places of the world and the secrets they hold. You should know that your story has spread, passed down in whispers and campfire tales. There are others out there like you now, changed but choosing to protect rather than harm. You've started something, Ezekiel, a movement of guardians, standing watch over the threshold between worlds. I want you to know that I never stopped loving you, never stopped being proud of the choice you made. Our time together was brief, but it changed both our lives forever. Stay safe, my love. Keep watching. Keep protecting. Always. Meredith." As I finished reading, I felt a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with my supernatural nature. For the first time in decades, I wept, not from sorrow or regret, but from a profound sense of peace and purpose. I realized then that my journey had come full circle. What had once been a curse had become a calling. The hunger that had tormented me for so long was now a source of strength, fueling my determination to protect both the human and natural worlds. As the first light of dawn broke over the trees, I made my way back into the heart of the forest. There would always be darkness, always be monsters lurking in the shadows, but there would also always be guardians, standing firm against the night. And I, Ezekiel Bromley, man and monster, father and protector, would continue to walk the thin line between worlds. For in that liminal space I had found not just purpose, but redemption. To those who would follow in my footsteps, I leave this warning and this hope. The choice between light and darkness lies within each of us. Choose wisely, stand firm, and know that in guarding others, you may just save yourself. For in the end, the greatest victory over the monsters of this world is not to destroy them, but to refuse to become them. In that refusal, in that daily choice to protect rather than prey, lies the truest form of humanity. And so, as the sun rises on another day, I return to my vigil. The forest calls, and I answer, as I always have and always will. For I am the watcher in the woods, the guardian of the threshold, forever walking the thin line between two worlds. I should be sitting on my couch right now, complaining about my neighbor's music being too loud. Instead, I'm writing this account with trembling hands, trying to make sense of what happened in Jefferson National Forest. The doctors call it trauma-induced PTSD. The rangers filed it as an animal attack, but I know what I saw, and I need to tell this story, if only to preserve my sanity. My name is Bobby Jenks. 3 weeks ago, I was just another corporate accountant from Kansas City, more comfortable with spreadsheets than sleeping bags. I lived a predictable life. Wake up, commute, crunch numbers, come home, repeat. The most exciting part of my day was usually deciding what to order for lunch. Then my cousin Joel suggested we take an RV trip to Virginia. "It'll do you good, Bobby," he said over beers at Kelly's Bar and Grill, his usual hangout whenever he visited Kansas City. "Clear your head after everything that happened with Michelle." He wasn't wrong about needing a change. The breakup with Michelle had hit me harder than I'd admitted to anyone. 3 years together, ended by a text message and a moving truck while I was at work. Then came the insomnia, the anxiety attacks, the quiet concern from coworkers when they thought I couldn't hear them whispering. My performance reviews had started slipping. Even my boss had suggested I take some time off. Joel was different from me in every way that mattered. Where I was cautious, he was bold. Where I planned, he improvised. He'd spent the last decade working as a wilderness guide in Colorado, leading rich tourists on hunting expeditions and camping trips. He had the kind of confidence that came from knowing exactly who you were and what you could do. When he spoke, people listened. So when he proposed this trip, a week in Jefferson National Forest, just the two of us in an RV, I found myself saying yes before I could think of all the reasons to say no. "Trust me," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "A week in the wilderness will reset your whole system. No cell phones, no emails, no drama. Just you, me, and Mother Nature." Mother Nature, as it turned out, had other plans. We picked up the RV in Richmond on a sunny Tuesday morning. It was smaller than I'd expected, more like a large van than the mobile homes I'd seen on TV. But Joel assured me it would be perfect for our needs. He went through the rental paperwork with practiced ease while I loaded our supplies. Enough food for a week, first aid kits, emergency flares, and all the camping gear Joel had insisted we bring. The drive to Jefferson National Forest took about 3 hours. I watched through the passenger window as the urban landscape gradually gave way to rolling hills and dense forests. Joel filled the time with stories about his guiding adventures, close calls with bears, clients who showed up in designer boots, the time he had to lead an emergency evacuation during a flash flood. "The thing about nature," he said, "navigating a particularly sharp turn, is that it demands respect. These city folks, they come out here thinking it's like a theme park, but out here you're not at the top of the food chain anymore. You're just another animal trying to survive." I nodded, pretending his words didn't make my stomach clench. We'd been close as kids, but life had pulled us in different directions. Sometimes I wondered if he saw me the same way he saw his clients. Another soft city dweller who needed to be taught the ways of the wild. The campground was primitive by RV park standards. No hookups, no Wi-Fi. Just a clearing big enough for a few vehicles and a weathered sign marking the trailhead. Joel backed the RV into position with practiced ease, and we spent the rest of the daylight hours setting up camp. He showed me how to secure the awning, where to store food to avoid attracting animals, and the basics of fire safety. That first night was actually pleasant. We grilled hamburgers over a campfire, shared a few beers, and talked about old times. The stars came out in force, more than I'd ever seen in Kansas City, and the night air was filled with the gentle sounds of crickets and distant owls. "See," Joel said, stoking the fire, "this is what you've been missing. No phones, no computers, just this." He gestured at the sky, then grinned. "Though I bet you're already going through Excel withdrawal." I threw a marshmallow at him, and we both laughed. It felt good, familiar, like when we were kids spending summers at our grandparents' farm in Oklahoma, before life got complicated. The next 2 days fell into a comfortable routine. We'd wake early, make breakfast over the campfire, then spend the day exploring the nearby trails. Joel taught me the basics of fishing, though I proved to be spectacularly bad at it. We saw deer, wild turkeys, and once, from a safe distance, a black bear with 2 cubs. Each encounter made my heart race, but Joel's calm presence kept my anxiety in check. Then came Thursday, and everything changed. The morning started like the others. We had our usual breakfast of instant coffee and oatmeal, packed our day packs, and studied the trail map. Joel had been talking about Devil's Backbone since we arrived, a rocky ridge that offered panoramic views of the surrounding wilderness. It's a bit of a climb, he admitted, tracing the route with his finger, but the view is worth it. Plus, hardly anyone goes up there. We'll have the whole place to ourselves. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to that last part. The trail started easily enough, winding through stands of oak and hickory trees. The morning air was cool, and the forest was alive with birdsong. Joel set a steady pace, pointing out interesting plants and animal tracks as we walked. I tried to pay attention, but my mind kept wandering to my office, to Michelle, to all the things I'd left behind. About 2 hours in, the trail began to change. The well-maintained path gave way to something more primitive, barely more than a game trail in places. The trees grew closer together, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. The air became noticeably cooler, and the cheerful birdsong faded away. Joel noticed it first. He stopped so suddenly I almost ran into him. "Bobby," he said quietly, "listen." I stopped, catching my breath. Listen to what? Exactly. His eyes scanned the surrounding forest. It's too quiet. He was right. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was as if someone had hit a mute button on the world. Maybe it's just, I don't know, the time of day, I suggested, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. Joel shook his head. Animals don't just go quiet for no reason. Something spooked them. A bear? Maybe, but he didn't sound convinced. Let's keep moving. Stay close. We continued up the trail, but the silence seemed to press in around us. The trees looked different now, their trunks twisted into strange shapes, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement in the shadows, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The temperature kept dropping, even though it was mid-afternoon. Our breath began to fog in the air, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Joel's earlier confidence seemed to have evaporated. He moved more cautiously now, stopping frequently to listen and scan our surroundings. Then we heard it. The sound started as a low vibration, more felt than heard. It grew into a deep, resonant tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. Not a growl, not a roar, but something else entirely. Something wrong. Joel grabbed my arm. "We need to go. Now." We turned back the way we'd come, but nothing looked familiar. The trail seemed to twist and branch in ways it hadn't before, leading us deeper into the increasingly dense forest. The sound came again, closer this time, and with it came a smell like rotting meat and stagnant water. We started running. The terrain was treacherous, roots and rocks threatening to trip us with every step. The forest seemed to be closing in around us, the trees pressing closer, their branches reaching down to snag our clothes and scratch our faces. We burst into a small clearing, our lungs burning. The trees formed a perfect circle around us, their branches weaving together overhead like a cage. Joel pulled out his map with shaking hands, but I could see in his eyes that he already knew. We were lost. The sound came again, this time accompanied by movement at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on my eyes. The forest was already growing dark, though my watch said it was only 3:45 p.m. Then I saw it, and my world shifted permanently. It emerged from between 2 ancient oaks, moving in a way that denied every law of nature I knew. Its limbs were too long, jointed in impossible places, covered in what looked like bark but moved like skin. The creature stood easily 9 feet tall when fully upright, though it seemed to prefer a hunched posture that made it blend with the surrounding trees. But its face? God, its face. The closest comparison I can make is to a horse's skull. But that doesn't capture the wrongness of it. The jaw extended too far, lined with teeth that looked like yellowed needles. It had eyes, though I wish I could say it didn't. They were human eyes, intelligent and aware, set deep in that impossible skull. "Bobby," Joel whispered, "when I say run, you run. Don't look back, don't stop, just run." "Joel, no. Promise me." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. The creature tilted its head at our exchange, almost curious. That's when I noticed it had been hurting us. Each time it appeared, each sound it made, had been pushing us exactly where it wanted us. Joel must have realized it too. He reached slowly into his pocket and pulled out his emergency flare. The creature watched, its head weaving slightly like a cobra tracking its prey. "Run." Joel lit the flare and threw it directly at the creature. The clearing erupted in harsh red light. The thing recoiled, emitting a shriek that made my teeth vibrate. I ran. The forest was a blur. Branches whipped at my face. Roots tried to trip me, but I kept running. Behind me, I heard Joel's scream, cut terribly short. The sound that followed, the wet tearing noise, will haunt me until the day I die. I should have kept running. That was what Joel wanted. But I couldn't. I turned around. The creature had Joel lifted completely off the ground. Its jaw had unhinged like a snake's, stretching impossibly wide. Joel wasn't screaming anymore. The thing's eyes, those horrible human eyes, met mine over my cousin's body. And then it smiled. I ran again. Somehow, through blind panic and pure luck, I found my way back to the RV. I fumbled with the keys, nearly dropping them twice before managing to get inside. I locked every door, closed every window, and huddled in the back, trying to muffle my sobs. Hours passed. Night fell. Occasionally, I heard that sound again, sometimes close, sometimes far away. Around midnight, something scratched at the RV's roof. A long, slow scratch that lasted nearly an hour. I sat perfectly still, barely breathing, until dawn. The Rangers found me the next morning. I was still in the RV, clutching Joel's satellite phone. They said I was in shock, barely coherent. When I told them what happened, they exchanged those looks I've become familiar with. Concern mixed with disbelief. The search for Joel lasted 5 days. They found his body 3 miles from where I'd last seen him, in a part of the forest that didn't match any of their maps. The official report cited an animal attack, probably a bear. They focused on the parts of his injuries that fit that narrative and ignored the rest, the impossible angles of the trauma, the strange marks that didn't match any known predator. I attended the funeral in Colorado. Joel's parents were kind to me, said it wasn't my fault. His mother hugged me and told me she was glad at least one of us made it back. I didn't tell them what really happened. How could I? The truth would only add to their pain. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm back in Kansas City now, trying to rebuild some semblance of normalcy. I went back to work, but I couldn't focus. The fluorescent lights and humming computers felt surreal after what I'd experienced. I kept seeing things in my peripheral vision. Long limbs disappearing around corners. Shadows moving against the laws of physics. I've started seeing a therapist. Dr. Chen is patient and understanding, even when I talk about things that can't possibly be real. She says trauma can manifest in many ways, that the mind sometimes creates monsters to make sense of terrible events. I nod and agree, but I know what I saw. The worst part isn't the nightmares, though they're bad enough. It's the questions that keep me awake at night. Why did it let me live? Was it simply not hungry anymore after Joel? Or was there something else, some purpose I can't understand? I've done research since coming back. Spent countless hours online looking for similar stories. There are more than you'd think. Hikers gone missing in national forests. Bodies found in impossible places. Strange sounds in the deep woods. Most can be explained away. Some can't. Last week, I received a package from the Virginia State Police. Joel's personal effects. Among them was his camera, somehow intact. I haven't looked at the photos yet. The memory card sits on my desk like a live grenade, waiting to be opened. Part of me wants to know if he captured any evidence of what we saw. A bigger part of me is afraid he did. I'm writing this all down now because I need someone to know the truth. The real truth, not the sanitized version in the police reports or the rationalized version my therapist prefers. I need someone to understand that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that hide in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. Joelle was right about one thing. Nature demands respect, but what we encountered wasn't nature. It was something else, something that wore nature like a costume, used the forest as its stage, and it's still out there. Sometimes, late at night, I hear that sound again. Not in the city, not really, but in my memory. And when I do, I remember those eyes, human eyes in an impossible face. Eyes that knew me, understood me, and chose to let me live with this story. I won't be going back to the forest, not ever. But I worry that somehow, someday, the forest might come looking for me. Because the thing about monsters isn't that they exist, it's that they remember you. Yesterday, I received a letter from the Jefferson National Forest Service. They're closing the Devil's Backbone Trail indefinitely due to environmental concerns. The official reason cites erosion and unstable ground conditions, but attached to the notice was a handwritten note from one of the rangers who found me. Stay away from the woods, Mr. Jenks. Some trails aren't meant to be walked. I burned the note, but I keep the ashes on my desk. A reminder that somewhere between the world we know and the world we fear, there are things that wait in the darkness, things with human eyes and inhuman smiles, things that let you live just so you can tell their story. And now you know it too. Growing up in western Massachusetts, I always felt drawn to the mountains, especially the unforgiving peaks of New Hampshire's White Mountains. Mount Washington stood as the ultimate test, a granite beast infamous for unpredictable weather and punishing storms. Veterans of the trail spoke of conditions that could shift without warning, transforming clear skies into deadly blizzards within minutes. After completing my service as an Army combat medic, wilderness became my sanctuary. The silence of solo hikes provided therapy no counselor could match. Years of medical training in combat zones had prepared me for emergencies, but out here, preparation meant survival. My pack always contained backup gear, redundant navigation tools, and enough supplies for unexpected delays. No social media updates marked my journeys, just me, the elements, and the profound quiet of untouched wilderness. Early March brought favorable conditions for attempting the Presidential Traverse, a challenging winter trek across the Presidential Range peaks. Weather reports indicated mild conditions with minimal snowfall expected over the following days. Perfect for someone with my experience, interesting enough to engage, safe enough to navigate. The route would take me from Mount Adams southward over Washington Summit. Years of studying topographical maps had burned every contour into memory. Emergency shelters dotted the range, though most were poorly marked and known only to search and rescue teams and experienced locals. Day one passed without incident. Crystal clear skies revealed stunning vistas across the snow-covered peaks. The physical exertion felt good, muscles working in familiar rhythm, breath steady in the thin mountain air. Camp that first night was peaceful, stars brilliant overhead in the unpolluted darkness. Morning of the second day began promisingly. I broke camp early, eager to cross the exposed alpine zone between Adams and Washington before afternoon weather moved in. By noon, however, the promised light flurries had transformed into something far more sinister. The temperature plummeted, wind picked up suddenly, driving snow horizontally across the barren landscape. Within 30 minutes, visibility dropped to mere yards. The carefully placed cairns marking the trail disappeared beneath accumulating drifts. I pulled out my compass, checked my bearing, and pressed forward through knee-deep powder. 2 exhausting hours later, the dark outline of a structure materialized through the whiteout. The emergency warming hut sat exactly where my calculations predicted, a simple timber rectangle with a snow-laden roof, barely visible against the storm. The door hung slightly ajar, its latch broken by weather or previous visitors. Inside, darkness greeted me. My headlamp revealed a Spartan interior, rough timber walls, a metal cot bolted to the floor, and an old stone fireplace. I dropped my pack gratefully, muscles burning from the effort of fighting through deep snow. As I prepared to settle in, my light swept across the walls. The beam froze on deeply carved figures covering nearly every surface. Crude stick figures, bent and distorted, surrounded by taller shapes crowned with elaborate antlers. The carvings grew increasingly frantic toward the back wall, overlapping in chaotic patterns. Among the symbols, I recognized Algonquian pictographs, ancient markings I'd seen in historical texts. One word appeared repeatedly, carved with desperate force: Wendigo. The name triggered memories of campfire stories shared by trail guides, an Algonquian legend of creatures born from starvation and cannibalism, forever hungry, stalking these mountains for centuries. I'd always dismissed such tales as folklore designed to spook novice hikers. Now, alone in this crude shelter with these frantic warnings surrounding me, doubt crept in. I forced myself to focus on practical matters. Setting up my portable stove, I prepared a hot meal while trying to ignore how the carved figures seemed to shift in the flickering light. The storm intensified outside, wind battering the walls with increasing fury. Sleep came fitfully on the narrow cot, my knife within easy reach. Around midnight, a tremendous impact shook the back wall. I jerked upright, every nerve alert. Silence followed, broken only by my rapid breathing and the howling wind outside. A second impact, harder than the first, rattled the entire structure. No trees grew at this elevation. Nothing natural could strike the hut with such force. I gripped my knife tighter, straining to hear movement outside. Nothing. Just the relentless storm and the pounding of my heart. Dawn arrived after an eternity of watchful tension. Exhausted but unable to rest, I approached the door cautiously. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving an eerily quiet landscape buried under fresh snow. My footprints from the previous day had vanished completely, but new tracks circled the hut, impossibly large, deeply pressed into the powder. Each print showed 4 elongated toes tipped with claw marks, spaced wider than any animal native to these mountains. Returning inside, I discovered something that hadn't been there before. Fresh claw marks scored the inner surface of the door, long, deep gouges carved with tremendous force. Whatever made those tracks had been inside with me during the night. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought. I needed to leave immediately. Checking my compass, I noted the bearing toward Lakes of the Clouds hut and set out across the featureless terrain. An hour later, my stomach dropped. The warming hut loomed before me again. Impossible. I'd walked straight, following my compass religiously, yet somehow I'd circled back. I tried again, adjusting my course eastward. 20 minutes later, the hut reappeared. The landscape itself seemed to fold inward, trapping me in an endless loop. Each attempt to escape led inexorably back to this cursed shelter. As afternoon shadows lengthened and temperature dropped, I had no choice but to retreat inside once more. New carvings had appeared on the walls. A skeletal figure wearing a deer skull crown now dominated the space near the fireplace. Beneath it, 2 words were scratched deep into the wood: "Stay inside." Full darkness brought new terrors. As I sat vigilant on the cot, something scraped slowly across the roof. The sound was deliberate, methodical, heavy objects being dragged overhead. Then silence, pregnant with dread. Without warning, debris burst down through the chimney, scattering soot across the hearth. I grabbed my ice axe, aiming my headlamp upward. What I saw defied rational explanation. A pale skeletal hand extended down from within the chimney. Blackened fingernails scraped against stone as it reached lower. Above the hand, twisted antlers emerged from the shadows, far too large for the narrow flue. Training overcame paralysis. I grabbed my fuel canister, spraying its contents up into the chimney. The pungent chemical filled the air as I flicked my lighter and tossed it upward. Flames roared through the flue with explosive force. An inhuman shriek echoed from above as something heavy scrambled across the roof, retreating into the storm. I spent the remaining hours until dawn crouched against the far wall, axe ready, watching that chimney with unwavering attention. Morning brought profound relief. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. Whatever force had trapped me here had withdrawn. My compass pointed true, and I wasted no time departing southward. An hour into my descent, orange jackets appeared through the morning haze, a search and rescue team ascending from lakes of the clouds. They wrapped me in thermal blankets, listening with professional skepticism as I recounted my experience. Hypothermic hallucinations, they concluded, though something in their eyes suggested they'd heard similar stories before. Later, safe in a valley hospital, the team leader visited privately. They'd returned to investigate the hut. Everything matched my description. The claw marks, the damaged chimney, bricks torn loose from inside the flue. The structure had been immediately sealed, added to a growing list of locations marked as hazardous. He advised me quietly never to speak publicly about the incident. Some things, he suggested, were better left undiscussed. The mountains kept their secrets, and those who survived them learned to do the same. Months have passed since that night. I relocated far from mountains and snow, seeking warmth in populated areas, but some experiences leave permanent marks. In my closet, wrapped carefully in cloth, sits an ice axe, still bearing soot stains from that desperate night. A reminder that ancient hungers still stalk the high places, waiting patiently for those who venture too far into their domain. The mountains call to me still, even now, but I've learned that some invitations should forever remain declined. My father dedicated 3 decades of his life to Wisconsin's Department of Natural Resources, and when retirement finally came last year, all he truly wanted was more time among the trees. Hunting had always served as the foundation of our relationship, the one constant thread connecting us through my childhood and teenage years. With my departure for Air Force basic training approaching in just weeks, this late-season deer hunt in Michigan's Upper Peninsula carried weight beyond the simple pursuit of game. It felt like a farewell, a final shared experience before my life took me far from these northern woods. Dad selected the Trap Hills region of Ottawa National Forest with deliberate care. He'd studied maps for weeks, circling remote areas where few hunters ventured, particularly late in the season. The territory was isolated, genuinely wild country where cell service disappeared, and the nearest town sat more than 20 miles away. The landscape promised solitude and challenge, exactly what Dad craved after years of managing bureaucratic responsibilities. Our drive north from Wisconsin took 6 hours, and we stopped in Berglund to fuel up and grab supplies before heading into the backcountry. The town consisted of little more than a gas station, a small general store, and a handful of weathered houses scattered along a single main road. Inside the gas station, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead while Dad studied a local map spread across the counter, tracing our intended route with his finger. The cashier, a woman in her 60s with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, watched Dad's finger move across the map toward the Trap Hills region. Her expression shifted subtly, something uncomfortable crossing her weathered face. "You boys heading up there to hunt?" she asked, her voice carrying an edge of concern. "That's the plan," Dad replied cheerfully, folding the map. "Good deer country up in those hills." The woman hesitated, then leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice despite the empty store.
Hunters go missing up there sometimes, especially once the snow gets deep. You might want to reconsider.
Dad smiled politely, the way he always did when people offered unsolicited advice. "We'll be careful. Got plenty of experience between us." The woman's eyes flicked to me, then back to Dad. She didn't press further, just rang up our purchases in silence. As we walked back to the truck, Dad chuckled softly. "Small-town superstitions," he said, shaking his head. "Probably just trying to scare off competition." I wanted to believe him, but something about the woman's expression lingered in my mind as we drove away. The morning we arrived at our entry point, fresh snowfall had transformed the landscape into something otherworldly. Everything lay buried beneath at least 2 feet of pristine white powder, and more continued falling steadily from a flat gray sky. Our pickup struggled along the narrow logging roads, tires spinning occasionally despite the 4-wheel drive. Dad navigated carefully, jaw set with concentration, until the road became completely impassable, about 3 miles short of where he'd planned to establish our base camp. We parked in a small clearing and began the arduous process of unloading our gear. Each of us carried roughly 60 pounds on our backs: tents, sleeping bags, food, cooking equipment, and our rifles. The trek through untouched snow proved immediately exhausting. Each step required pulling our boots free from the deep powder, and within minutes sweat soaked through my base layers despite the frigid temperature. The forest pressed in from all sides, dense stands of spruce and birch broken occasionally by small clearings. Branches sagged heavily under accumulated snow, and the silence was profound. No birds called, no wind stirred the treetops. Just the rhythmic crunch of our boots and our labored breathing marked our passage. After nearly 2 hours of slow, grinding effort, we reached the spot Dad had selected from studying topographical maps. A small clearing nestled near Norwich Bluff offered relatively flat ground and access to water from a frozen creek. In the dim winter sunlight filtering through cloud cover, everything appeared stark white snow, black branches etched sharply against gray sky, shadows pooling in the spaces between trees. We worked quickly to establish camp before darkness arrived. Dad handled the larger tent with practiced efficiency, while I cleared snow and gathered firewood from deadfall. By the time we had everything secured, my muscles ached deeply and my fingers felt numb despite heavy gloves. Dad stood surveying our work, hands on his hips, satisfaction evident in his expression. "You know," he said, "I built a deer stand up here years ago with some buddies. Haven't been back to check on it in probably 15 years. Should be about half a mile northeast of here, up in a big spruce tree. Want to go take a look?" His enthusiasm was infectious, reminding me of earlier hunting trips when I was younger, and everything felt simpler. "Sure," I agreed, shouldering my rifle. "Lead the way." We moved through the forest with Dad in the lead, both of us instinctively scanning for deer sign. The fresh snow created ideal tracking conditions. Anything that had moved through recently would leave clear evidence. About a quarter mile from camp, I spotted exactly what we were looking for: deer tracks crossing our path, the prints sharp and well-defined. "Dad, over here," I called softly. He approached, kneeling to examine the tracks closely. His experienced eyes traced the trail, noting the size and spacing. "Nice buck, probably," he murmured. "These prints are fresh, maybe from this morning. Why don't you follow these while I head up to check the stand? Scout out where they're bedding. We can compare notes when you circle back to camp." Pride swelled in my chest at his confidence in my abilities. "Got it, I'll be careful." Dad clapped me on the shoulder, then continued toward where his old stand waited in the trees. I turned my attention to the deer trail, following the tracks as they wound between dense thickets and over small rises. My rifle felt reassuring in my hands as I moved slowly, careful not to make unnecessary noise. The tracks led me down into a shallow ravine where spruce trees grew thicker, their lower branches heavy with snow. The trail was clear and easy to follow. The deer had been moving without apparent concern, browsing on small shrubs as it went. I felt confident, imagining myself successfully scouting the deer's bedding area and impressing Dad with useful intelligence for tomorrow's hunt. Then, after perhaps a quarter mile of tracking, I stepped around a thick cedar and stopped so abruptly I nearly lost my balance. Suspended impossibly high in a tall birch tree, at least 20 feet above the ground, hung the skinned carcass of a deer. The animal had been completely stripped of its hide, exposing dark red muscle tissue and white bone. Its legs were splayed at unnatural angles, as if whatever placed it there had arranged them deliberately. The head was missing entirely. Most disturbing was the complete absence of blood. No crimson stained the pristine snow beneath the tree. No drag marks led to the trunk. No footprints or signs of struggle marred the surrounding area. The carcass simply hung there, grotesque and unexplainable. My stomach clenched painfully. My hands began trembling despite my attempt to stay calm. I stared upward, trying to rationalize what I was seeing, searching for some logical explanation. Maybe a hunter had used a pulley system to hoist it up, protecting their kill from scavengers. But there was no rope, no equipment, no tracks indicating human presence. "Dad," I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "Dad, come here." Several minutes passed before I heard his boots crunching through the snow. He emerged from the trees, initially smiling, but his expression changed the instant he saw what I was staring at. All color drained from his face. His jaw tightened, and his eyes narrowed as he studied the hanging carcass in silence. "What?" I started, but couldn't finish the question. Dad approached the tree slowly, circling it completely, examining every angle. His trained eyes searched for evidence I might have missed, any sign that would explain this. When he finally spoke, his voice carried none of its usual confidence. "Probably just poachers," he said flatly, "or somebody's sick idea of a joke." But his tone betrayed him. I'd known my father my entire life, and I recognized when he was lying, or more accurately, when he was trying to convince himself of something he didn't truly believe. "Should we report it?" I asked. "To who? We're miles from anywhere." Dad continued staring upward, his expression troubled. Then he looked directly at me, and I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before, genuine fear. "Let's keep this to ourselves, okay? No point mentioning it and getting your mother worried for no reason." I nodded slowly, though questions churned in my mind. We stood there several more moments in uncomfortable silence before Dad finally turned away. "Come on," he said quietly. "Let's get back to camp." We returned to camp without speaking, both lost in our own thoughts. Dad immediately set about building a fire, his movements mechanical and distracted. I helped gather more wood, grateful for the physical task that kept my hands busy and my mind partially occupied. As flames crackled to life, providing warmth and light in the gathering dusk, I tried to convince myself that Dad's explanation made sense. Poachers existed everywhere. People did strange, disturbing things sometimes. But I couldn't shake the image of that skinned carcass suspended impossibly high, with no evidence of how it got there. We ate dinner in near silence, canned beef stew heated over the fire, along with crackers and hot coffee from our thermos. The food tasted like ash in my mouth, but I forced it down anyway, knowing I'd need the energy. Around us, darkness fell with unsettling speed, the forest disappearing into an impenetrable black void beyond our small circle of firelight. The silence pressed in from all directions. Not natural forest quiet, but an oppressive absence of sound that made my ears ring. No owls hooted, no branches creaked in the wind, no small animals rustled through underbrush. Just absolute, suffocating stillness. "We should get some rest," Dad finally said, standing to kick snow over the fire. "Long day ahead tomorrow." We retreated to our tent, a cramped two-person shelter that suddenly felt far too exposed. I crawled into my sleeping bag fully clothed except for my boots, keeping my rifle within easy reach. Dad did the same, positioning himself between me and the tent entrance. For a while I could hear him shifting restlessly, unable to settle. I lay on my back, staring up at the dark nylon ceiling, willing myself to relax. The exhaustion weighed heavily on my body, but my mind refused to quiet. Images of that hanging deer carcass played repeatedly in my thoughts, each time accompanied by the uncomfortable question, what could have put it there? Hours crawled past. My watch showed after midnight when I finally felt myself beginning to drift toward sleep. Then, just as my consciousness started to blur, I heard something outside the tent. The sound was subtle, not the distinct crunch of footsteps, but rather a soft displacement of snow, as if something large was moving very carefully around our shelter, sliding rather than walking. The movement was slow, deliberate, and unnaturally quiet. "Dad," I whispered, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. "I hear it," he responded immediately, his voice barely audible. We lay frozen, holding our breath, listening intently. The sound continued circling the tent, maintaining a consistent distance of perhaps 6 or 7 feet. Whatever was out there moved with purpose, investigating our camp methodically. But there was no accompanying noise, no breathing, no snapping twigs, no animal sounds, just that subtle shifting of snow. My fingers found my rifle, wrapping around the stock. Dad's hand moved too, reaching for his weapon. We waited, muscles tensed, as the circling continued. Once around completely, then again, a third time. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. Complete silence returned, somehow even more oppressive than before. Neither Dad nor I moved or spoke for what felt like an eternity. We simply waited, straining our ears for any indication of what had been out there or where it had gone. Eventually, exhaustion and adrenaline crash pulled me into fitful sleep, though nightmares plagued what little rest I managed. Morning arrived with pale, weak light filtering through cloud cover. I woke feeling unrested, my muscles stiff and aching. Dad was already awake, sitting upright in his sleeping bag, staring at the tent entrance with bloodshot eyes that suggested he'd gotten even less sleep than I had. "Morning," I mumbled, my throat dry. He nodded but didn't speak immediately. After a moment, he unzipped the tent entrance and crawled outside. I followed, pulling on my boots and grabbing my rifle before emerging into the cold morning air. What I saw made my stomach drop. All of our tracks from the previous day, every footprint we'd made walking around camp, gathering firewood, moving to and from the tent, had been completely erased. The snow around our camp appeared freshly smoothed, as if someone had carefully brushed it clean. But in place of our tracks, a new pattern encircled our tent. Hoofprints. Large, deep impressions pressed cleanly into the snow, forming a perfect circle around where we'd slept. But these weren't normal deer tracks. Each print measured nearly 10 inches long, the cloven shape exaggerated and sharp, pressed so deeply into the snow that they must have been made by something extraordinarily heavy. Dad walked slowly around the circle, examining each print carefully. His face had gone pale, jaw clenched tightly. I watched him complete the circuit, then crouch beside one particularly clear impression, tracing its outline with his gloved finger. "Dad, what kind of animal makes tracks like this?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to hear the answer. He remained crouched for a long moment before standing and looking at me directly. His eyes held an expression I'd never seen there before, deep, genuine fear mixed with grim determination. "This isn't right," he said quietly. "None of this is right." "What do you mean? What made these?" He shook his head slowly, scanning the silent forest that surrounded us. The trees seemed to press in closer, shadows pooling between them despite the daylight. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But tonight, we're not sleeping on the ground. We're going to stay in that old deer stand." I wanted to argue, to suggest we simply pack up and leave immediately. But one look at Dad's expression told me he'd already made up his mind. And truthfully, the idea of being elevated above ground level held a certain desperate appeal. "Okay," I agreed. "What about today?" "We'll hunt like planned," Dad said, though his voice lacked conviction. "But we stay together, no splitting up, and we keep our eyes open." We spent the day attempting to hunt, but both of our hearts weren't truly in it. We moved through the forest mechanically, occasionally spotting deer sign but never pursuing it with real interest. The entire time, I felt watched, that uncomfortable sensation of unseen eyes tracking our movements from somewhere within the dense trees. Dad felt it too, I could tell. His head constantly turned, scanning our surroundings, rifle held ready across his chest. We spoke rarely, and when we did, it was in whispers that seemed too loud against the oppressive silence. As afternoon light began fading toward evening, we made our way to Dad's old deer stand. We found it exactly where he remembered, built into a massive spruce tree that towered above its neighbors. The platform sat roughly 18 feet above ground, anchored to the trunk with thick bolts and supported by sturdy wooden braces. Age had weathered the wood to a silvery gray, and several boards looked questionable, but the basic structure remained solid. Dad climbed up first, testing each plank carefully before trusting his full weight to it. He spent the next hour reinforcing weak points with fresh rope from his pack and additional boards scavenged from deadfall. I assisted from below, passing up materials and holding things steady while he worked. By the time we finished, darkness had nearly arrived. We climbed up with our rifles, sleeping bags, and essential supplies, then settled onto the narrow platform. From this elevated position, the forest spread out around us in all directions, an endless sea of dark trees beneath a darkening sky. Dad positioned us with our backs against the trunk, rifles across our laps, loaded and ready. He didn't build a fire, didn't even want to use our flashlights. We sat in gathering darkness, breath misting in the freezing air, waiting. The temperature dropped steadily. Cold seeped through my layers, settling deep into my bones until my teeth chattered softly. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders, but it provided little real warmth. Dad sat rigidly beside me, his eyes never stopping their constant surveillance of the darkened forest below. Hours passed in tense silence. My muscles ached from remaining still, and my fingers grew numb despite thick gloves. I tried to stay alert, but exhaustion pulled at my consciousness, making my eyelids heavy. Then Dad spoke, his voice startling me in the darkness. "You know," he said quietly, barely above a whisper, "this isn't the first strange thing I've seen out here." I turned toward him, though I could barely make out his features in the darkness. "What do you mean?" He was silent for a long moment, And when he spoke again, his voice carried a weight of old pain. Years ago, must have been 2016 or 2017. I was hunting these same hills with my friend Mike Anderson. Good man, experienced hunter, former Marine. We'd tracked a big buck deep into these woods, miles from anywhere. Dad paused, drawing a slow breath. Mike took point while I held back to flank around. We were maybe 200 yards apart, coordinating through hand signals. Then, Mike just disappeared. One moment I could see him moving through the trees ahead of me, and the next, nothing. My heart began beating faster as I listened. I got to where he should have been within minutes. Dad continued, his voice tight. Found his rifle snapped clean in two, not broken, snapped. The barrel was bent at an angle, twisted like someone had grabbed it with inhuman strength and just wrenched it apart. There were some scraps of his jacket scattered around, and he trailed off. And what? I prompted, though part of me didn't want to know. And drag marks, leading off into the deeper woods, but they weren't normal. They were too deep, too wide. Whatever made them was big. Search and rescue looked for 3 weeks. Never found Mike, never found any other trace of him. Silence fell between us again, heavier than before. My mind reeled, trying to process what Dad had told me. He'd never mentioned this before, never even hinted at such an experience. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" I asked. "Because I didn't want it to be true," he said simply. I convinced myself there had to be some rational explanation. An accident, maybe a bear attack, something normal, but deep down I knew. This forest has something in it that shouldn't exist. Before I could respond, Dad suddenly tensed beside me, his hand gripping my arm tightly. "Look," he breathed, "down there." I followed his gaze into the darkness below our stand. At first I saw nothing, just black shadows between black trees. Then gradually something emerged from the darkness, a pale shape, too tall and too thin to be human, standing motionless between 2 spruce trees about 40 yards away. It remained perfectly still, and in the faint moonlight filtering through cloud cover, I could make out only suggestions of its form: abnormally long limbs, a body stretched vertically in a way that violated human proportions, and something that might have been a head, though the angle seemed wrong. My breath caught in my throat. Beside me, Dad had gone absolutely rigid, not even breathing. We both stared at the thing, paralyzed by a primal fear that went beyond rational thought. The shape didn't move toward us. It simply stood there, watching. How long we remained like that, frozen in mutual observation, I couldn't say. Minutes felt like hours. My eyes ached from staring, desperate to make out more detail, but simultaneously terrified of seeing it clearly. Then, without any sound or warning, the figure simply melted backward into the shadows. One moment it was there, and the next, nothing. Just empty darkness between the trees. Dad released a shuddering breath beside me. "We're leaving," he whispered hoarsely. "First light. We're getting out of here." I nodded, not trusting my voice. We sat in terrified vigil for the remaining hours of darkness, neither of us sleeping, rifles held ready, jumping at every small sound. When the first gray hints of dawn finally appeared, washing the world in weak, colorless light, Dad immediately began preparing to descend. But before we could climb down, I glanced toward a distant ridgeline visible through the trees. My blood turned ice cold. Standing at the top of the ridge, clearly silhouetted against the pale sky, was a figure, a man dressed in hunting clothes identical to what Dad was wearing. Same jacket, same hat, same stance. It stood completely motionless, facing in our direction. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking. "Dad, look at the ridge." He turned, following my gaze. When he saw the figure, he went pale. His hand instinctively reached out to touch his own jacket, confirming it was real, that he was really here beside me. The figure remained on the ridge, unmoving. "Don't look at it," Dad said, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "Just don't. Pack up. We're going, now." We descended from the stand with reckless speed, no longer caring about the noise we made. Dad moved with frantic urgency, grabbing only our rifles and leaving everything else behind. Sleeping bags, extra supplies, everything. We needed to move fast, to put distance between ourselves and whatever nightmare inhabited these woods. The hike back toward our truck became a desperate race. Dad led the way, pushing a brutal pace despite the deep snow. My lungs burned, legs screaming with exhaustion. but terror drove me forward. I didn't look back toward the ridge, terrified of what I might see if I did. We'd covered perhaps 2 miles when Dad suddenly stopped, breathing hard. "Need to stop for just a minute," he gasped. "Just a minute." "Okay," I agreed, my own chest heaving. Dad moved behind a thick cluster of cedars, presumably to relieve himself. I stood at the edge of the trail, rifle ready, eyes scanning the forest nervously. Seconds passed, then a minute, then 2. "Dad," I called out, "you okay?" No response. My heart began racing again. "Dad," I called louder, moving around the cedar thicket. He wasn't there. The snow beyond the cedars showed no tracks, no sign anyone had been there at all. Panic seized my chest, squeezing until I could barely breathe. "Dad," I shouted, spinning in a circle. "Dad, where are you?" Then I saw movement through the trees. Relief flooded through me. "Thank God," I breathed, starting toward the figure. "Dad, you scared me." The words died in my throat. The figure stood about 50 yards away, and yes, it wore Dad's jacket. But as it slowly turned to face me, I saw with horrible clarity that something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. The proportions were distorted, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles beneath the clothing. The face was a mockery, features stretched and hollow, skin pulled tight over protruding bones. The eyes were empty black voids, and when its mouth opened, the jaw unhinged far too wide, revealing darkness inside. I stood frozen, unable to move or scream, as the thing stared at me with my father's face twisted into something nightmarish. Then it dropped onto all fours. The movement was fluid and utterly wrong, limbs bending in ways human anatomy shouldn't allow. It began moving toward me, silent and impossibly fast, covering ground with a loping gait that churned snow without sound. Terror broke my paralysis. I turned and ran, pumping my legs frantically, rifle clutched uselessly in my hands. Behind me I could sense rather than hear the thing closing the distance. My mind screamed at me not to look back, but I couldn't help myself. I glanced over my shoulder. It was less than 20 yards away, moving with that horrible silent efficiency, wearing my father's clothes like a stolen skin. Desperation sparked an idea. The spare tent strapped to my backpack. It was dry nylon, would burn quickly. With shaking hands, I tore it loose while still running, fumbling for the lighter in my pocket. The first flick produced nothing. Second flick, a spark. Third time, flame. I touched the lighter to the tent material and it caught immediately, flames spreading across the fabric with gratifying speed. I threw the burning mass behind me onto the snow. The creature recoiled violently from the sudden fire, circling away from the flames and smoke. That momentary hesitation gave me the seconds I needed. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through brush, stumbling over hidden obstacles, but never stopping. The truck appeared ahead, and I hit it at full speed, wrenching the door open and throwing myself inside. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, but finally, mercifully, the engine roared to life. I threw the transmission into reverse, tires spinning wildly before catching traction. The truck fishtailed, but I corrected, then slammed it into drive and accelerated down the narrow logging road, branches scraping against the sides, not caring about anything except getting away from those woods. I drove for nearly an hour before my hands stopped shaking enough to safely maintain control. Only then did the full weight of what had happened begin settling over me. Dad was gone. Whatever that thing was, it had taken him, just like it had taken Mike Anderson years before. 3 days later, a search and rescue team went into those woods based on my report. They found our campsite and the deer stand. Near the stand, they discovered scattered clothing fragments and bone pieces, small fragments that the official report stated were consistent with predation by an unknown large animal. My father was listed as missing, presumed dead. No predator was identified. The case remains open but inactive. In town, away from official reports, the locals spoke in whispers. They said we'd gone into territory that belonged to something else, something ancient that lived in the deepest parts of the forest. They had different names for it, most of which they wouldn't speak aloud. I never returned to those woods. I went to basic training as planned, served my time in the Air Force, and built a life far from northern forests. But sometimes, especially on quiet winter nights when snow falls heavy and thick, I still see that thing in my nightmares, wearing my father's face, opening its jaw too wide, moving on all fours through dark trees. And I wonder how many others have walked into those woods and never walked back out. In 1996, I was working the eastern edge of the Great Smoky Mountains. My name's Samuel Hawkins, and for the last decade, I had been bouncing between ranger gigs across the Appalachian region. Not the career path I envisioned when I was studying environmental science back in college. But hey, I figured dealing with wild animals was easier than battling corporate bureaucracy in some stuffy office. I've been called a lot of things: quiet, stubborn, too blunt for my own good. But most folks say I'm likable enough. Even the tourists who I have to guide back after they've wandered off trail tend to laugh when I tell them to buy a map next time. It's all part of the job, I suppose. That fateful year, I was 34 years old, with a decade of ranger experience under my belt. I'd seen my fair share of strange things in the wilderness, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. The Smokies had always been a place of mystery, with its misty peaks and deep, shadowy valleys. But the secrets it held were far darker than I could have imagined. My patrol that day started like any other. It was a crisp Monday morning in late September, the air carrying the first hints of autumn. The leaves were just beginning to turn, splashes of gold and red peeking through the sea of green. I had a section of the park where hikers were notorious for going missing. Not that they were being snatched up by something, mind you, but because most of them thought GPS was a replacement for common sense. People underestimate the Smokies, figuring a well-traveled park couldn't possibly be dangerous. They're wrong, dead wrong, as I was about to find out. That morning, I had the pleasure of escorting a family of 4 back to the main trailhead after they had gotten themselves turned around. Nice folks from Ohio, I think. The Johnsons, Mark and Linda, with their kids, Tommy and Anna. They were your typical city dwellers, woefully unprepared for the realities of the wilderness. Mark had insisted they could find their way back using his fancy new GPS device, but technology has a funny way of failing when you need it most. As I guided them back, I couldn't shake this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something felt off, like the forest was holding its breath. I chalked it up to the changing seasons, but looking back, I wonder if it was some kind of warning. After the Johnsons were back on track, I radioed in and continued my route. Nothing to see here. Just trees, the distant call of a hawk, and the occasional squirrel acting like it owned the woods. But that feeling, that sense of unease, it stuck with me like a bad penny. Little did I know it was just the beginning of a nightmare that would change my life forever. Around noon, I reached an area near Gregory Bald, a spot known for its open views and calm breezes. It was one of my favorite spots to grab a sandwich and pretend I had the best job in the world. The vista was breathtaking, rolling hills covered in a patchwork of green, gold, and crimson stretching as far as the eye could see. But something felt off. You ever get that sense when the forest just goes quiet, like nature holds its breath, waiting for something to happen? That was the vibe. At first I chalked it up to a bear, maybe a big one, lumbering through the underbrush, which would explain why the birds shut up all at once. But when I listened closer, there wasn't even the crack of a twig, nothing. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I've spent enough time in these woods to know that silence like this isn't natural. It's the kind of quiet that comes before a storm, or worse. So I did what any rational person would do. I took another bite of my sandwich and figured whatever it was would pass. After all, bears don't care much for turkey and cheddar, so I wasn't exactly on the menu. But as I sat there trying to convince myself everything was fine, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. The forest seemed frozen, like a photograph. Not a leaf stirred, not a branch swayed. It was as if time itself had stopped, leaving me trapped in this moment of unnatural stillness. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees, big, too big for a bear. It moved fast, almost like it was skimming just above the ground. My stomach dropped, but I didn't move right away. Years of training and experience had taught me that sudden movements could provoke an animal, turn a curious encounter into a dangerous one. But this didn't feel like any animal I'd ever encountered. The way it moved, the sheer size of it, it defied explanation. I stood up slowly, scanning the tree line, and reached for my radio. Now, here's the thing about radios in the Smokies. They're garbage half the time, and today was no exception, just static. Like the thing was mocking me for even trying. The movement stopped, and for a moment I thought maybe I was just tired, my brain playing tricks on me. I mean, it happens. You stare at enough trees and suddenly you're seeing faces in the bark. But deep down I knew this was different. This was real, and it was dangerous. As I started to turn back to the trail, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps. But not the heavy plod of a bear or the lighter tap of a deer. No. This was different. These steps were slow, deliberate, like something was stalking, and they were getting closer. I started backing up, my hand resting on the holster of my sidearm, though I hadn't drawn it yet. You don't go pointing guns at every shadow, not in my line of work. That's a fast way to lose a job and get your face on the evening news. But every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. Then it came into view. Sort of. The thing stepped from behind a thick tree, and I felt my reality shatter. It was hunched, long-limbed, with a body covered in patches of what looked like fur but was too uneven, almost mangy. Its legs were bent in a way that reminded me of a wolf, but it moved on 2 feet like a person. Only its gait was jerky, unnatural, like a marionette being controlled by a drunk puppeteer. I know wolves, bears, even the occasional mountain lion when they wander this far east. But this was none of those. This was something that shouldn't exist, something that defied every law of nature I knew. I froze, every instinct in me screaming to do the opposite. But instead I stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as it shifted its head, sniffing the air. Its nose, if you could call it that, looked like something that had been mashed up and spread too wide across its face, like someone had taken parts from different animals and stuck them together in a grotesque patchwork. Its eyes, though, God, its eyes. They were too intelligent, too aware. They scanned the clearing, and when they locked onto me, I saw something I never expected to see in an animal's eyes: recognition. Not just of me as prey, but of me as a person. It knew what I was, and it didn't care. I don't scare easy, that's part of the job. But this was different. This thing wasn't supposed to exist. And yet here it was, a patchwork nightmare, casually walking through the Smokies like it owned the place. Before I could even reach for my gun, it bolted straight at me. Now I've had wild animals charge before, but they usually stop once they realize you're human, not lunch. This thing, it didn't stop. And that's when it hit me. It wasn't hunting, it was killing for sport. I barely had time to pull my weapon before it was on me, its massive arm sweeping toward my head. I ducked just in time, stumbling backward into the dirt. My back hit a tree, knocking the wind out of me. I raised my gun, finger on the trigger, but hesitated. One part of my brain was still trying to process what I was looking at, still clinging to the hope that this was all some bizarre hallucination. It didn't give me time to think. Its next swipe caught the edge of my vest, sending me sprawling to the ground. That's when I noticed the blood, not mine, on its claws. I couldn't place the smell at first, but then it hit me, the metallic tang of human blood. Someone had already met this thing today, and they hadn't fared so well. The realization jolted me back to reality. This wasn't a dream, wasn't a hallucination. This was happening, and if I didn't act fast, I was going to end up as another mysterious disappearance in the Smoky Mountains. I fired twice, the shots echoing through the trees, but the thing barely flinched. It was like shooting at a moving tank, the bullets just grazing its skin, leaving dark patches of fur singed, but no real damage. That's when I realized I was in real trouble. My standard-issue sidearm, which had always seemed more than enough for any situation I might encounter in the park, was about as effective as a pea shooter against this monstrosity. Desperate, I rolled to the side, using the tree for cover as it lunged again. Its claws raked across the bark, leaving deep gouges in the wood. If that had been me, I didn't want to think about it. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in short gasps. The radio was still crackling uselessly in my pocket, and my mind raced for a plan. I don't know what came over me, but instead of running, I stood my ground. Maybe it was stupidity, maybe it was adrenaline, or maybe I was just too pissed off to care. I aimed my gun again, this time going for the legs. It roared, or at least made a noise that sounded like roaring mixed with nails on a chalkboard, and dropped to one knee, its jerky movements faltering for the first time. I took the chance and ran, sprinting down the slope toward the trailhead. The thing was behind me. I could hear it crashing through the brush, gaining ground with each passing second. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I kept going, moving purely out of survival instinct. As I ran, my mind raced. What was this thing? Where did it come from? And most importantly, how the hell was I going to stop it? I had seen what bullets did, or rather didn't do. I needed something more, something bigger. Then I remembered. There was an old ranger station, about a quarter-mile ahead. If I could make it there, I might have a chance. The station was stocked with emergency supplies, including a high-powered rifle meant for dealing with aggressive bears. It wasn't much, but it was the only plan I had. I veered off the main trail, taking a shortcut through dense underbrush. Branches whipped at my face, and roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I kept going. The creature was still behind me, its unnatural gait allowing it to navigate the difficult terrain with unsettling ease. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw it, the weathered wooden structure of the ranger station. I put on a final burst of speed, practically throwing myself at the door. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, acutely aware of the crashing sounds getting closer and closer. Finally, the lock turned. I yanked the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut behind me. For a moment, all I could do was lean against the door, gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. But I knew I didn't have time to rest. I could hear the creature outside, circling the station, looking for a way in. I moved quickly, locating the gun safe and punching in the code with trembling fingers. The rifle was there, along with a box of ammunition. I loaded it as fast as I could, my ranger training kicking in despite the fear clouding my mind. Just as I finished, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the splintering of wood. I turned to see a massive clawed hand punching through the door. It was only a matter of seconds before the creature would be inside. I raised the rifle, aiming at the door. This was it, me or the monster. As the door began to give way, I took a deep breath, steadied my aim, and prepared for the fight of my life. The door exploded inward in a shower of splinters, and the creature burst through. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. I could see every detail of the monstrosity, its matted fur, its twisted limbs, those terrifyingly intelligent eyes. And in those eyes I saw something I never expected. Hunger, yes, but also curiosity. I didn't have time to ponder it. My fingers squeezed the trigger, and the rifle roared to life. The creature staggered back, actually affected by the larger caliber rounds, but it wasn't enough. It shook off the impact and lunged at me again. I fired, again and again, each shot punctuated by the creature's inhuman shrieks. The inside of the station became a war zone, furniture splintering, papers flying, the air thick with gun smoke and the metallic scent of blood, both mine and the creature's. In the chaos, I noticed something bizarre. Where my shots landed, the creature's flesh seemed to shift. It was like watching a video of healing sped up 1,000 times. But it wasn't just healing. The wounds were changing, adapting. Each time I hit it, the next shot to the same area did less damage. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the creature fell. It collapsed to the floor with a thud that shook the entire station. I stood there, rifle still raised, waiting for it to move again. But it didn't. Cautiously, I approached. The creature lay still, its chest rising and falling with labored breaths. Up close, it was even more horrifying. Its body was a patchwork of different textures, fur, scales, even what looked like tree bark in some places. And the blood was wrong. It was too dark, too thick, moving in ways that blood shouldn't move. As I stood over it trying to make sense of what I was seeing, the creature's eyes snapped open. They focused on me with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine, and then impossibly it spoke. The sound was like gravel in a blender, barely recognizable as speech, but the words I'll never forget. Not the last, it growled. Others coming. Then its eyes glazed over, and it let out a final, shuddering breath. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Creatures like this didn't exist. They didn't talk. and they certainly didn't warn about others coming. But I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes and ears. This thing was real. It had attacked me, and now it lay dead at my feet, its last words echoing in my head like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I needed to report this, but who would believe me? How could I explain something I barely understood myself? As the adrenaline began to wear off, the full weight of what had just happened started to sink in. My world had changed forever, and I had a sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio. Static greeted me, but this time I thought I could hear something else beneath the white noise. Voices, maybe, or just my imagination, frayed by the stress of what I'd been through. I keyed the mic. "This is Ranger Hawkins. I need backup. Something's happened. Something bad." The static crackled, and then a voice came through, distorted but recognizable as my supervisor, Frank. "Hawkins, what's your location? What's happened?" I looked at the creature's body, already beginning to decompose at an alarming rate. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Frank. Just send everyone, and tell them to come armed." As I waited for backup to arrive, I couldn't shake the creature's final words. Others coming, what others, and coming from where? I had a feeling I was now part of something much bigger and much more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. And as I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of the ranger station and the rapidly decaying body of an impossible creature, I knew that my life would never be the same again. The wait for backup felt like an eternity. Every sound, every shadow made me jump, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. By the time I heard the rumble of approaching vehicles, the creature's body had decomposed to little more than a dark stain on the floor and a lingering acrid smell. The first face I saw was Frank's, his usual stoic expression replaced by wide-eyed shock as he took in the scene. Behind him, a team of rangers and local law enforcement filed in, their faces a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Jesus, Hawkins," Frank muttered. "What the hell happened here?" I opened my mouth to explain, but the words caught in my throat. How could I possibly describe what I'd seen, what I'd fought? I gestured weakly at the stain on the floor. There was something, an animal, I think, but not like anything I've ever seen before. Frank crouched down, examining the residue, his brow furrowed. "This isn't normal decomposition. We need to get a sample to the lab." As the team began to process the scene, I recounted my experience. I could see the doubt in their eyes, the sideways glances they exchanged. They thought I was crazy, or worse, lying. But the evidence was there, the destroyed ranger station, the strange residue, my injuries. Hours passed in a blur of questions, examinations, and forms. By the time I was allowed to leave, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. As I walked to my truck, Frank caught up with me. "Sam," he said, his voice low, "I've known you for years. You're not the type to make up stories or spook easy, but what you're describing, it's impossible." I nodded, too tired to argue. "I know, Frank, but it happened, and that thing, it said others were coming." Frank's expression hardened. "We'll increase patrols, keep an eye out. But Sam, this stays between us for now. No need to cause a panic." As I drove home that night, my mind raced. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd fought, but already I could feel the story being twisted, sanitized. By morning, I was sure it would be officially classified as a bear attack, albeit an unusually aggressive one. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Something was out there, something that shouldn't exist, and it had said others were coming. In the weeks that followed, life in the park seemed to return to normal. The incident was indeed classified as a bear attack, with officials citing my trauma-induced confusion to explain away the more fantastical elements of my account. But I knew the truth, and I wasn't the only one. It started with whispers, rumors among the rangers and local hunters. Strange tracks found deep in the woods, animals behaving erratically, and then the disappearances began. At first it was just a few hikers, nothing unusual for a park this size, but then a whole family vanished without a trace. Search parties found nothing, no bodies, no equipment, not even a scrap of clothing. I threw myself into investigating, spending every free moment combing the woods, following up on every lead, no matter how small. My colleagues started to avoid me, whispering that I'd become obsessed, that the bear attack had broken something in me. But I was getting close to something. I could feel it. It was during one of my off-duty searches that I found it, a cave hidden behind a waterfall, easy to miss if you didn't know what you were looking for. And inside, the stench hit me first, that same acrid smell from the ranger station. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw them cocoon-like structures pulsing with an inner light, and worst of all, I could see human shapes inside some of them. I stumbled back out of the cave, my mind reeling. This was it. Proof that what I'd seen wasn't a one-off, wasn't some freak mutation. This was an infestation. I reached for my radio, ready to call it in, to demand action. But before I could, a hand clamped over my mouth. I struggled, but whoever had me was inhumanly strong. "Not yet, Ranger," a voice hissed in my ear. "You don't know what you're dealing with." As consciousness faded, my last thought was of the creature's words. Others coming. They were already here. I awoke in a sterile room, the harsh fluorescent lights burning my eyes. As my vision cleared, I saw a man in a crisp suit sitting across from me. He introduced himself as Agent Thompson from a department I'd never heard of. "Mr. Hawkins," he said, his voice coldly professional, "you've stumbled onto something much bigger than you realize. What you encountered in the woods, what you've been investigating, it goes far beyond a simple animal attack." Over the next few hours, Thompson laid out a tale that seemed ripped from the pages of a sci-fi novel. The creatures, he explained, were the result of a government experiment gone wrong, an attempt to create the perfect soldier, combining human intelligence with animal strength and adaptability. But the experiment had spiraled out of control. The creatures had escaped, fleeing into the wilderness where they began to reproduce and evolve at an alarming rate. "We've been trying to contain the situation," Thompson said, "but it's proving challenging." I listened in stunned silence, my mind struggling to process this information. Part of me wanted to laugh, to dismiss it all as an elaborate hoax, but I knew what I'd seen, what I'd fought. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally asked. Thompson's expression was grim. "Because we need your help, Mr. Hawkins. You've seen these creatures up close. You've tracked them. We need people like you if we're going to have any hope of stopping this before it gets worse." As Thompson continued to explain the situation, laying out the full scope of the threat and the government's efforts to contain it, I felt a mix of emotions wash over me. Fear, anger, disbelief, but also a sense of purpose. I had joined the Park Service to protect nature and the people who came to enjoy it. Now, it seemed, that duty had taken on a whole new meaning. As I left that sterile room, my world forever changed. I knew that my life would never be the same. The forests I had once seen as a place of peace and natural beauty now held dark secrets and unimaginable dangers. But I also knew that I couldn't walk away. Whatever these creatures were, wherever they had come from, they were a threat to everything and everyone I had sworn to protect. The coming days, weeks, and months would be a battle, not just against these creatures, but against disbelief, against bureaucracy, and against the very limits of what we thought was possible. But as I stepped out into the sunlight, ready to return to the park with my new knowledge and purpose, I made a silent vow. I would find a way to stop these creatures, to protect the park and the people who visited it, no matter the cost. The words of the first creature I encountered still echoed in my mind. Others coming. Well, let them come. This time we'd be ready. As I drove back towards the Smoky Mountains, the familiar peaks looming in the distance, I couldn't help but see them differently now. Those misty ridges and deep, shadowy valleys weren't just hiding natural wonders anymore. They were hiding monsters. But then again, so was I. And sometimes it takes a monster to fight a monster. The Arizona sun beat down mercilessly as I guided my park ranger truck along the dusty trails of Chiricahua National Monument. It was June 17, 1991, and at 28 years old, I thought I'd seen just about everything 5 years as a ranger could throw at me. My name's Kevin Romer, and I was about to discover how wrong I was. The day started like any other, a routine patrol to ensure hikers weren't getting lost or breaking park rules. Honestly, it was mostly an excuse to soak in the raw beauty of the desert landscape. Chiricahua is something else, a maze of cactus-studded ridges and jagged rock formations that can mesmerize you if you're not careful. It's the kind of place where the line between awe and danger blurs easily. As I navigated the winding dirt roads, my radio crackled to life. It was Jenny from dispatch, her voice tinged with mild concern. "Kevin, we've got reports of unauthorized camping in Sector 7. Can you check it out?" I frowned. Sector 7 was off limits due to unstable ground conditions. We'd had problems with thrill seekers ignoring the warnings before, but it had been quiet for months. "Copy that, Jenny. I'm on my way. Probably just some kids thinking they're invincible. Be careful out there, Kevin. Something feels off about this one." I brushed off her concern with a chuckle, but as I turned the truck towards Sector 7, an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. The desert seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual chorus of birds and insects conspicuously absent. I tried to shake it off, chalking it up to the midday heat, but the feeling persisted. As I approached the restricted area, the terrain became more rugged. The truck bounced and jolted over the uneven ground, forcing me to slow to a crawl. Finally, I reached a point where I couldn't go any further by vehicle. Grabbing my pack and radio, I set out on foot. The sun was directly overhead now, turning the landscape into a shimmering mirage of heat and dust. Sweat trickled down my back as I pushed through the scrub brush, my eyes scanning for any sign of the reported campers. That's when the smell hit me. If you've ever encountered a dead animal that's been baking in the desert sun for days, you know the stench I'm talking about. It's a thick, cloying odor that seems to coat your nostrils and cling to the back of your throat. But this was different, stronger, more pungent, with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach churn. I've smelled death before. It's an unfortunate part of the job sometimes, but this was on another level entirely. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to radio for backup, to do anything but continue towards that hellish odor. But duty and a morbid curiosity I'm not proud of drove me forward. As I crested a small rise, I saw it, a clearing that had been turned into a campsite, or rather, what was left of a campsite. The scene before me was one of utter devastation. 2 tents lay in tatters, shredded as if by enormous claws. A cold fire pit sat in the center, untouched for at least a day or more. Camping gear was strewn about haphazardly, some items bent and twisted beyond recognition. But it was the blood that caught and held my horrified gaze. Dark red stains splattered the ground, smeared across the remnants of the tents, even speckled on the surrounding rocks. It looked like someone, or something, had painted the campsite with gore. My hand shook as I reached for my radio. "Dispatch, this is Romer. I found the campsite in Sector 7. It's bad, really bad. I need backup and forensics out here immediately." Jenny's voice came back, tight with tension. "Copy that, Kevin. What exactly are we dealing with?" I swallowed hard, my eyes still roaming the nightmarish scene before me. "I'm not sure. There's blood everywhere, but no bodies that I can see. The campsite's been torn apart. It looks like some kind of animal attack, but I've never seen anything like this." "Understood. Stay put, Kevin. Backup's on the way. And be careful. Whatever did this might still be in the area." As I lowered the radio, a chill ran down my spine despite the oppressive heat. Jenny was right. Whatever had wreaked this havoc could still be nearby, and judging by the destruction around me, it was something far more dangerous than any wildlife I'd encountered before. I drew my sidearm, a standard-issue Glock that suddenly felt woefully inadequate. The silence that had seemed eerie before now felt positively malevolent. Every rustle of wind through the scrub brush, every shifting pebble, sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. Keeping my weapon at the ready, I began a cautious circuit of the clearing, looking for any clues as to what had happened here. That's when I saw it, a trail of disturbed earth and blood leading away from the campsite. Every instinct told me to stay put and wait for backup. But if there was even a chance that one of the campers had survived and managed to escape, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. With a deep breath to steel my nerves, I began to follow the grisly trail. As I moved deeper into the wilderness, leaving the relative safety of the clearing behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and more than once I whirled around, certain I'd caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. But each time there was nothing there, just rocks, cacti, and the ever-present oppressive heat. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each step. Whatever had attacked the campsite wasn't gone. It was out there, watching, waiting. And I was walking right into its territory. The trail of blood and disturbed earth led me deeper into one of the most remote areas of Chiricahua National Monument. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous, with narrow paths winding between towering rock formations and deep, shadowy crevices. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. I moved as quietly as I could, my senses on high alert. Every snapping twig under my boots, every pebble sent skittering down a slope, sounded thunderous in the unnatural silence that had fallen over the desert. The usual sounds of wildlife, the cry of a hawk, the rustle of a lizard through the underbrush, were conspicuously absent. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trail I was following became more erratic, zigging and zagging between rock outcroppings. In some places it disappeared entirely, forcing me to search for subtle signs, a scuff mark here, a broken branch there, to stay on track. Whatever had left this trail was moving with purpose, but also seemed to be struggling. The spacing of the marks was irregular, as if the creature or person was limping or dragging itself along. As I rounded a large boulder, I froze. There, not 20 feet away, was a sight that turned my blood to ice. It was a body, or what was left of one. The remains were so mangled and torn that I couldn't immediately tell if it was male or female. Limbs were twisted at impossible angles, the torso ripped open as if by some monstrous force. The face, I tried not to look at the face, but the image seared itself into my brain. Eyes wide with terror, mouth frozen in a silent scream. I've seen my fair share of animal attacks in my years as a ranger, but this was something else entirely. No mountain lion or bear could have done this kind of damage. The body looked like it had been mauled by something with the strength of a grizzly but the ferocity of a rabid wolverine. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I reached for my radio with trembling hands. "Dispatch, this is Romer. I've found a body. It's bad, really bad. Send everything you've got, and tell them to be careful. Whatever did this, it's not like anything we've dealt with before." Jenny's voice came back, tight with tension. "Copy that, Kevin. Backup is en route. ETA 20 minutes. Kevin, maybe you should fall back and wait for them." I was about to agree when something caught my eye. There, leading away from the grisly scene, was another trail. This one was fresher, the blood still glistening wetly in the fading sunlight, and mixed in with the blood were strange, alien-looking tracks. They were vaguely feline in shape, but far too large, with odd protrusions that looked almost like fingers. "Negative, dispatch," I heard myself say, even as my mind screamed at me to turn back. "There might be another victim out there. I'm going to follow the trail a bit further. I'll be careful, I promise." "Kevin, don't." Jenny's protest was cut off as I switched off the radio. I couldn't explain it, but something was driving me forward, a mix of duty, curiosity, and a growing irrational need to understand what was happening in my park. As I followed the new trail, the terrain became even more challenging. I found myself squeezing through narrow gaps between towering rock walls, the stones still radiating the day's heat. The shadows grew longer, deeper, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon. Soon I knew the desert night would fall, bringing with it a bone-deep chill and dangers I didn't want to contemplate. I was about to turn back when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong in the desert, a low rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite something else. The sound raised every hair on my body and sent a primal jolt of fear through my system. Instinctively, I ducked behind a large boulder, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard for miles. Peering cautiously around the rock, I saw movement in a small clearing ahead. At first, my mind couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It was like trying to comprehend a Salvador Dali painting come to life. The creature, and I use that term loosely, was vaguely humanoid in shape, but that's where any resemblance to anything I recognized ended. It stood at least 7 feet tall, its body a twisted mass of sinewy muscle and what looked like chitinous plates. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, ending in hands, if you could call them that, tipped with wicked curved claws. But it was the head that truly defied description. Elongated and eyeless, it ended in a mouth that split open vertically, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. As I watched, frozen in terror, a long whip-like tongue snaked out, tasting the air. The creature moved with a fluid grace that belied its monstrous appearance, circling something on the ground. With a start, I realized it was another body, but this one was moving weakly. Someone was still alive out there. In that moment, I had a choice to make. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this nightmare as possible. But I knew I couldn't leave a survivor to face this horror alone. With shaking hands, I raised my Glock and took aim. The sound of the gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature's head snapped up, that eyeless face turning in my direction with terrifying speed. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then, with a shriek that would haunt my dreams for years to come, it charged. I fired again and again, the muzzle flashes briefly illuminating the grotesque form bearing down on me. But the bullets seemed to have little effect, merely enraging the beast further. In the span of seconds, it closed the distance between us, moving faster than anything that size had a right to. I dove to the side just as it reached me, feeling the wind of its passage and the sting of its claws as they grazed my arm. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Gasping for breath, I rolled, bringing the Glock up for another shot. But the creature was already on me. A clawed hand smashed the gun from my grip, sending it skittering across the rocky ground. Another blow caught me in the chest, lifting me off my feet and slamming me against the canyon wall. Stars exploded in my vision as my head cracked against the stone. Through the haze of pain, I saw the creature looming over me, its mouth opening impossibly wide. The stench of rotting meat washed over me as it leaned in, that nightmare tongue flicking out to taste my fear. This was it, I thought. This was how Kevin Romer, park ranger, was going to die. Torn apart by something that shouldn't exist in a godforsaken corner of the Arizona desert. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it never came. Instead, a new sound split the air, a high keening wail that set my teeth on edge. The creature reared back, its head swiveling towards the source of the noise. Without warning, it bounded away, disappearing into the gathering darkness with inhuman speed. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body battered, my mind reeling from what I'd just experienced. Eventually, the sound of approaching voices and flashlight beams cut through the fog of pain and fear. Backup had finally arrived. As I was loaded into a waiting ambulance, I caught a glimpse of something that chilled me to my core. There, on a nearby rock face, illuminated by the harsh glare of floodlights, was a marking. It looked ancient, weathered by centuries of wind and sand, but its form was unmistakable, a crude representation of the creature I had just encountered. Whatever this thing was, it had been here for a long, long time, and I had a sinking feeling that our troubles were just beginning. The next few days passed in a blur of hospital rooms, police interviews, and sleepless nights plagued by vivid nightmares. My physical injuries were relatively minor, some cuts, bruises, and a mild concussion, but the psychological trauma ran deep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature, its eyeless face looming over me, jaws wide and ready to strike. The official investigation into the incident was a joke. Despite the evidence, the mangled bodies, the strange tracks, my own testimony, the authorities seemed determined to write it off as a tragic animal attack. Mountain lion, they said, maybe a particularly aggressive bear. When I tried to describe what I'd seen, the looks I received ranged from pity to outright disbelief. "Listen, Romer," Sheriff Dawson said, his voice a mixture of concern and condescension. "I know you've been through a hell of an ordeal, but what you're describing, it's impossible. There's no such thing as monsters." I wanted to scream at him, to make him understand that what I'd encountered was very real and very dangerous. But I bit my tongue. I was already being looked at like I was one bad day away from a padded room. Pushing the issue would only make things worse. Instead, I focused on the one person who seemed to take me seriously, Dr. Elena Valdez, a cryptozoologist who had somehow caught wind of the incident and managed to wrangle her way into the investigation. She listened to my story without judgment, her dark eyes intense as she took copious notes. "What you're describing, Mr. Romer," she said after I'd finished recounting my experience for what felt like the 100th time, "bears some similarities to creatures from Native American folklore. The Tohono O'odham people, who have lived in this region for centuries, have stories of shape-shifting beings that dwell in remote areas. They're said to be ancient, powerful, and incredibly dangerous." I latched onto her words like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. So you believe me? You think this thing is real? Dr. Valdez's expression was guarded. I believe that you encountered something unusual, something that defies conventional explanation. Whether it's truly a creature of legend or something else entirely, I can't say, but I intend to find out. Her determination should have been reassuring, but instead it sent a chill down my spine. The memory of that thing's strength, its speed, its utter alienness was still too fresh. Be careful, I warned her. This isn't some Bigfoot or Loch Ness monster. It's real, and it's lethal. She nodded solemnly. I understand the risks, Mr. Romer, but if this creature is out there, we need to know more about it, for the safety of everyone in the area. I couldn't argue with her logic, but a nagging feeling in my gut told me that pursuing this thing would only lead to more tragedy. Still, I gave Dr. Valdez all the information I could, including the location of the strange marking I'd seen on the rock face. As the days turned into weeks, life in the small town near Chiricahua National Monument tried to return to normal. The park remained closed for routine maintenance, a flimsy excuse that fooled no one. Rumors flew thick and fast, each wilder than the last. Some said it was a government experiment gone wrong, others claimed it was aliens. A few even suggested it was some kind of demon, drawn to the area by ancient Native American rituals. I tried to put it all behind me, to forget what I'd seen and move on with my life. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The nightmares continued, becoming more vivid and terrifying with each passing night. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the echoes of that inhuman shriek ringing in my ears. It was about a month after the incident when Dr. Valdez showed up at my door, her face pale and drawn. "We need to talk," she said, pushing past me into my small apartment. "I found something." She spread a collection of papers and photographs across my coffee table. Most were copies of old documents, their edges yellowed with age, but it was the photos that caught my attention. They showed cave paintings, ancient and weathered, depicting a creature that was hauntingly familiar. These were discovered in a remote cave system about 50 miles from where you had your encounter. Dr. Valdez explained, her voice tight with excitement and fear. "They're at least 1,000 years old, possibly much older, and look at this." She pointed to a series of symbols next to one of the creature depictions. "These match the marking you saw on the rock face. It's some kind of written language, unlike anything I've ever seen before." I stared at the images, a cold dread settling in the pit of my stomach. "What does it mean?" Dr. Valdez shook her head. "I don't know, but I've been talking to some of the local tribal elders. They have stories, passed down through generations, of a time when these creatures walked the earth openly. They call them the Skin Stealers." Skin Stealers. The name sent a shiver down my spine. According to the legends, they could take on the appearance of their victims, wearing their skins like disguises. They were said to be nearly immortal, vulnerable only to very specific rituals and weapons. I thought back to the creature I'd encountered, its bizarre, almost patchwork appearance. But the thing I saw, it didn't look human at all. Dr. Valdez's eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of fascination and fear. "The elders say that over time, as belief in the old ways faded, the Skin Stealers began to lose their ability to perfectly mimic humans. They became twisted, monstrous versions of what they once were, but they're still out there, still hunting." I sat back, my mind reeling. "So what do we do?" "We need to go back out there," Dr. Valdez said, her voice filled with determination. "We need to find more evidence, maybe even track this thing to its lair. If we can prove its existence, we can get the help we need to stop it." Every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to tell her she was crazy and show her the door. But deep down, I knew she was right. Whatever this thing was, it was still out there, and if the legends were true, it would keep killing, keep hunting, unless someone stopped it. "When do we leave?" I heard myself ask, even as a part of me wondered if I was signing my own death warrant. Dr. Valdez's relief was palpable. "Tomorrow at dawn. I've got equipment, supplies, everything we'll need for an extended expedition. Are you sure you're up for this?" I nodded, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Someone has to stop this thing. Might as well be us. As Dr. Valdez left to make final preparations, I found myself staring out the window at the distant silhouette of the Chiricahua Mountains. Somewhere out there, a monster was waiting. A creature of myth and nightmare made flesh. Tomorrow we would venture into its domain, armed with little more than curiosity and desperation. As the sun set, painting the desert in shades of blood red, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were embarking on a journey from which there might be no return. The pre-dawn air was crisp and cool as Dr. Valdez and I loaded the last of our gear into her rugged 4x4. The sky was just beginning to lighten in the east, the stars fading as the first hints of sunlight crept over the horizon. It would be scorching hot in a few hours, but for now the desert was peaceful, almost beautiful. We'd spent the night going over maps, checking equipment, and discussing strategy. Dr. Valdez had brought an impressive array of scientific instruments, cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recorders, even a device she claimed could detect unusual electromagnetic frequencies. I'd opted for more practical gear, extra water, first aid supplies, and a high-powered rifle I'd borrowed from a friend. The Glock was holstered at my hip, a comforting weight despite its proven ineffectiveness against our quarry. As we set out following rough jeep trails into the more remote areas of the park, an uneasy silence fell between us. The magnitude of what we were attempting, tracking a creature that by all rights shouldn't exist, weighed heavily on both our minds. "You know," Dr. Valdez said as we bounced along a particularly rough stretch of trail, "in all my years of studying cryptozoology, I never actually expected to find anything. Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, they were always just stories, legends to be studied but never truly believed." I glanced over at her, noting the mix of excitement and fear in her eyes. "And now?" She shook her head, a rueful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Now I'm not sure what to believe. If this creature is real, if it's truly what the legends say it is, it changes everything. Our understanding of history, of evolution, of what's possible in this world." I thought back to my encounter, to the sheer alienness of the creature I'd seen. "Trust me, Doc, some things are better left as legends." We lapsed back into silence as the terrain grew more challenging. Eventually we were forced to abandon the vehicle and continue on foot. The sun was high in the sky now, beating down mercilessly as we trudged through the rugged landscape. Despite the heat, I felt a constant chill, as if icy fingers were trailing down my spine. We'd been hiking for several hours, following the general direction of my previous encounter, when Dr. Valdez called for a break. As we sat in the meager shade of a large boulder, sipping water and catching our breath, she pulled out a small device that looked like a cross between a cell phone and a Geiger counter. "I've been monitoring electromagnetic anomalies," she explained, fiddling with the controls. "There's been a low-level disturbance all day, but it's getting stronger. We might be getting close to something." As if on cue, a sound echoed through the canyon, a high, keening wail that set my teeth on edge. It was the same sound I'd heard just before the creature had fled during our last encounter. Dr. Valdez's eyes widened. "Was that?" "Yeah," I cut her off, already on my feet, rifle at the ready. "That was it. We need to move now." We quickened our pace, following the increasingly urgent beeping of Dr. Valdez's device. The sound came again, closer this time, sending a jolt of adrenaline through my system. Every shadow, every rustle of wind through the scrub brush seemed to hide potential danger. As we rounded a bend in the narrow canyon, we came upon a sight that stopped us dead in our tracks. There, carved into the sheer rock face, was an entrance. Not a natural cave, but something clearly artificial. Intricate symbols, similar to the ones we'd seen in the ancient cave paintings, surrounded the opening. "My God," Dr. Valdez breathed, her voice a mixture of awe and trepidation. "This is it. This has to be where it lives." I raised my rifle, every muscle tense. Or where it takes its victims. The entrance loomed before us, a gaping maw of darkness that seemed to swallow all light. The air coming from within was cool and damp, carrying with it a faint, musty odor that reminded me uncomfortably of the creature's breath. Dr. Valdez fumbled with her pack, pulling out powerful flashlights for both of us. "We have to go in," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We might never get another chance like this." Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to get as far away from this place as possible. But I knew she was right. Whatever answers we sought, whatever hope we had of stopping this thing, lay within the depths of that cave. With a deep breath to steel my nerves, I nodded. "Stay behind me, and if I say run, you run. No questions, no hesitation. Got it?" Dr. Valdez nodded solemnly. Together we stepped into the darkness, the beam of our flashlights seeming pitifully inadequate against the oppressive gloom. The passage sloped downward, the air growing colder and damper with each step. The walls were smooth, almost polished, covered in more of those strange symbols. Dr. Valdez paused occasionally to take photos or readings, but I kept us moving, acutely aware of the potential danger lurking in every shadow. We had been descending for what felt like hours when the passage suddenly opened up into a vast chamber. Our flashlights couldn't penetrate to the far walls or ceiling, giving the impression of an endless void, but what we could see turned my blood to ice. The floor of the chamber was littered with bones, hundreds, maybe thousands of skeletons, some ancient and yellowed with age, others disturbingly fresh, and they weren't all human. Mixed in were the remains of creatures I couldn't identify, things with too many limbs, skulls that were decidedly not of this earth. But it was what lay at the center of the chamber that truly defied comprehension. A pool of liquid black as night and perfectly still reflected our flashlight beams like a dark mirror, and rising from its center was a structure that hurt to look at directly. It twisted and curved in ways that seemed to defy the laws of physics, its surface constantly shifting and changing. As we stood there, frozen in awe and terror, a sound echoed through the chamber, that same high, keening wail we'd heard before. But this time it was answered. From the depths of the pool, from the shadows at the edges of our vision, came a chorus of inhuman voices. We weren't alone, and whatever was in here with us, it knew we had arrived. The cacophony of alien wails reverberated through the chamber, growing louder and more frenzied with each passing second. I grabbed Dr. Valdez's arm, already backing towards the entrance. We need to leave now. But before we could make our escape, movement caught my eye. The surface of the black pool began to ripple and churn. Something was emerging. At first it looked like a hand reaching up from the depths, but as more of it breached the surface, I realized with mounting horror that it was nothing so mundane. It was a writhing mass of tentacles, each one easily as thick as my torso, covered in pulsating iridescent patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Oh my God," Dr. Valdez whispered, her voice barely audible over the continuing wails. It's beautiful." I tore my gaze away from the emerging monstrosity to look at her. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, a thin trickle of blood running from her nose. The hand holding her camera was shaking violently, but she made no move to flee. "Elena," I shouted, shaking her roughly. "We have to go." She blinked, seeming to come back to herself. "What? Oh no." The thing in the pool was still rising, more and more of its impossible bulk becoming visible. It towered over us now, a shape that defied description, constantly shifting and reforming. Where I had expected to see a face, or at least eyes, there was only a swirling vortex of darkness. And then it spoke. Not with words, not with any sound at all, but suddenly, horribly, its thoughts were in my head. "Intruders, witness, become." The force of it drove me to my knees. Images flooded my mind, vast, cosmic vistas, worlds beyond imagination, creatures that dwarfed galaxies. I saw the birth and death of universes, the grand cycle of creation and destruction playing out on a scale I couldn't comprehend. And through it all, I sensed an ancient, alien intelligence. This thing, this entity, wasn't just old. It was timeless, eternal. It had seen the rise and fall of countless civilizations, had walked the earth when our ancestors were still single-celled organisms floating in primordial seas. I became aware of Dr. Valdez screaming, the sound seeming to come from very far away. With tremendous effort, I tore my gaze away from the entity and saw her on the ground, clutching her head, blood now flowing freely from her nose and ears. The strength of will it took to move was monumental, but somehow I managed to crawl to her side. "Elena," I gasped, my own head feeling like it was about to split open. "We have to get out of here." She looked at me, her eyes wild and unfocused. "Don't you see?" she babbled. "It's showing us everything. The truth about our world, about the universe. We're so small, Kevin, so insignificant." I grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at me. "Stay with me, Doc. This thing, whatever it is, it's not here to enlighten us. It's going to kill us if we don't move." As if in response to my words, a new sound cut through the chaos, a wet, slithering noise that turned my stomach. I looked back towards the pool and immediately wished I hadn't. The smaller creatures I'd encountered before, the ones I'd started thinking of as the entity's servants or offspring, were emerging from the shadows. Dozens of them, their eyeless faces turned towards us, mouths opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth. With strength born of desperation, I hauled Dr. Valdez to her feet. "Run," I shouted, giving her a push towards the entrance. She stumbled forward, seeming to finally grasp the danger we were in. We ran. Behind us I could hear the slap of inhuman feet on stone, the scrape of claws, the hissing and shrieking of our pursuers. The narrow passageway that had taken us hours to descend now became a nightmarish gauntlet. I fired blindly behind us as we ran, the muzzle flashes briefly illuminating twisted, monstrous forms. The bullets seemed to have little effect, but the noise and light at least seemed to slow them down. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, just when I was certain we couldn't outrun the horrors behind us for another second, I saw light ahead, the entrance to the cave. We burst out into the harsh sunlight of the desert, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding after the darkness of the cave. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. We ran until our legs gave out, collapsing in the shelter of a large rock formation. For long minutes we lay there, gasping for breath, listening for any sign of pursuit. But there was nothing. No inhuman shrieks, no slithering sounds. Just the wind whistling through the rocks and our own ragged breathing. As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of what we'd experienced settled over us like a shroud. Dr. Valdez began to sob quietly, her body shaking. I wasn't in much better shape, my mind reeling from the cosmic horrors we'd glimpsed. "What?" I finally managed to gasp out. "What the hell was that thing?" Dr. Valdez shook her head, her eyes haunted. "I don't know, I don't think human languages have words for what that was. An alien god? A being from another dimension? Does it even matter?" I thought back to the images that had flooded my mind, the sense of vast, incomprehensible age and power. "No," I said quietly, "I guess it doesn't." As the sun began to set, painting the desert in shades of red and gold, we sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. We had sought answers, had wanted to uncover the truth behind the legends and the attacks. And now, I wasn't sure if knowing the truth was better than the mystery we'd started with. We had glimpsed something beyond human comprehension, a reality so vast and alien that it threatened to shatter our understanding of the world. As darkness fell, we made our way back to Dr. Valdez's vehicle, moving slowly and carefully, jumping at every shadow. The drive back to town was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what we'd experienced. It wasn't until we reached the outskirts of town that Dr. Valdez spoke. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, at a loss. I don't know. Who would believe us? And even if they did, what could anyone do against that? She nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Maybe it's better if we don't say anything. At least not everything. We can report the cave, the symbols, but the rest stays with us." I finished for her. The thought of keeping quiet about what we'd seen didn't sit well with me, but I knew she was right. The truth would do more harm than good. The days that followed our expedition were a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. We stuck to our agreed-upon story. We'd found a cave with strange markings, possibly of archaeological significance, but had been forced to flee due to unstable conditions inside. We mentioned nothing of the entity in the pool, the cosmic visions, or the horde of creatures that had pursued us. The authorities seemed eager to accept our sanitized version of events. The cave was quickly cordoned off, with official statements citing concerns about structural instability and the need for further study. I couldn't help but wonder if someone, somewhere, knew more than they were letting on. Dr. Valdez threw herself into studying the photos and data we'd managed to collect before our hasty retreat. She spent hours poring over the images of the symbols, consulting with linguists and anthropologists, trying to decipher their meaning. I, on the other hand, found myself struggling to readjust to normal life. The mundane tasks of day-to-day existence seemed hollow, meaningless in the face of what I'd witnessed. How could I worry about paying bills or mowing the lawn when I knew that just miles away, an entity of unimaginable power slumbered beneath the earth? The nightmares, when they came, were vivid and terrifying. I would find myself back in that chamber, facing the rising horror from the pool. But in my dreams, there was no escape. I would wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, the echoes of alien thoughts still reverberating through my mind. About a week after our return, Dr. Valdez called me, her voice tight with excitement. "I've found something," she said. "Can you come over?" When I arrived at her small apartment, I found every surface covered in papers, books, and printouts. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, her eyes bright with a feverish intensity. "Look at this," she said, thrusting a stack of papers into my hands. "I've been comparing the symbols we found to known ancient scripts. There are similarities, hints of Sumerian cuneiform, elements of Proto-Elamite, but it's like nothing that's ever been documented." I flipped through the pages, my eyes glazing over at the complex diagrams and dense text. "What does it mean?" Dr. Valdez's expression grew serious. "I'm not sure, but based on what I've been able to decipher, I think those creatures, the ones we saw in the cave, they're not the real threat." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "They're guardians," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Protectors. They're there to keep something in, not out." The implications of her words hit me like a physical blow. If those nightmarish creatures were merely guardians, what could they possibly be containing? The entity in the pool, or something even worse? As if reading my thoughts, Dr. Valdez continued. "The entity we saw, the one in the pool, I don't think it's fully awake yet. The symbols speak of a great awakening, a time when the sleeper shall rise and the veil between worlds shall be torn asunder." I sank into a chair, my legs suddenly weak. "So what do we do?" Dr. Valdez shook her head, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. "I don't know, but we can't just sit back and do nothing. If this thing fully awakens, if it breaks free, I don't think our world would survive." As we sat there, surrounded by the fruits of Dr. Valdez's research, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were in way over our heads. We were two people, a park ranger and a cryptozoologist, facing a threat of cosmic proportions. What chance did we have? But as I looked at Dr. Valdez, saw the resolve in her eyes, I knew we had to try. Whatever the cost, whatever the danger, we couldn't let that thing awaken fully. The fate of our world, perhaps of reality itself, might depend on it. "Okay," I said, straightening up. "Where do we start?" Dr. Valdez smiled grimly. "We need to go back. There's more in those caves, more symbols to decipher, and we need to find a way to strengthen whatever's keeping that thing contained." The thought of returning to that place of nightmare sent a shudder through me, but I nodded. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow," she said. "At first light. And Kevin, thank you. I couldn't do this alone." As I left her apartment, the weight of our task settling heavily on my shoulders, I couldn't help but wonder, were we embarking on a noble quest to save the world, or were we merely hastening our own doom? Only time would tell. The pre-dawn air was crisp and cool as Dr. Valdez and I loaded our gear into her 4x4. This time we were better prepared. In addition to the scientific equipment and weapons, we carried ancient texts, copies of the symbols we'd found, and talismans borrowed from local tribal elders who, after much persuasion, had shared some of their ancestral knowledge. The drive to the cave entrance was tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The horrors we'd witnessed on our last expedition were still fresh in our minds, but the urgency of our mission drove us forward. As we approached the cave, I noticed something odd. The official barriers and warning signs that had been erected after our initial report were gone. In their place was nothing, no signs of human presence at all. "This isn't right," I muttered, hand moving to my holstered weapon. "There should be guards, researchers, something." Dr. Valdez nodded grimly. "I have a bad feeling about this." We cautiously approached the cave entrance, every sense on high alert. The symbols carved around the opening seemed to shimmer in the early morning light, almost as if they were alive. With a deep breath to steel our nerves, we switched on our flashlights and entered the cave. The descent seemed easier this time, the passage less steep and winding than I remembered. But that only added to my unease. It was as if the cave itself was inviting us in, eager for our return. As we reached the vast chamber where we'd encountered the entity, we froze in shock. The room had changed. The pool at the center was larger, its surface rippling with unseen currents. The bizarre structure rising from its depths had grown, its twisted form now nearly touching the ceiling of the cavern. But most disturbing of all were the new additions to the chamber. Crude altars had been erected around the pool, their surfaces stained dark with what I hoped wasn't blood. And there, tending to these altars, were people. Ordinary-looking people in ordinary clothes, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes blank and unfocused. "My God," Dr. Valdez whispered, "they're in some kind of trance." As if hearing her words, the figures turned towards us. Their faces split into unnatural grins, revealing mouths full of sharpened teeth. And then they attacked. What followed was a nightmare of violence and horror. These weren't the inhuman creatures we'd faced before, but they were no less dangerous. They fought with inhuman strength and a complete disregard for their own safety. I fired my weapon, the sound deafening in the enclosed space, but for every attacker that fell, two more seemed to take their place. Dr. Valdez fought beside me, wielding a makeshift flamethrower she'd constructed from a pressurized canister and a lighter. Just when it seemed we would be overwhelmed, a new sound cut through the chaos. A deep, resonant chant that seemed to come from the very walls of the cavern. The attackers froze, their faces contorting in pain, before collapsing to the ground. From the shadows emerged a group of figures in elaborate robes, their faces hidden behind intricately carved masks. One of them stepped forward, raising a gnarled staff. "You should not have returned," a voice rasped from behind the mask. "You have no idea what forces you are meddling with." Dr. Valdez stepped forward, her voice shaking but determined. "We know more than you think. The Sleeper, the Great Awakening, we've translated part of the symbols." The masked figure tilted its head, considering. "Perhaps you are not as ignorant as we feared, but your presence here has accelerated the awakening. The barriers between worlds grow thin." As if in response to his words, a tremor ran through the cavern. The surface of the pool began to churn, and a familiar, alien pressure began to build in my mind. "It's happening," I gasped. "It's waking up." The masked figures began to chant again, their voices rising in an otherworldly harmony. The pressure in my head intensified, and I saw Dr. Valdez stumble, blood trickling from her nose. "We must act now," the lead figure said, turning to us. "The ritual to reinforce the barriers requires a sacrifice, a willing offering of life force." I looked at Dr. Valdez, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew what I had to do. "I'll do it," I said, stepping forward. "Just tell me what I need to do." The masked figure nodded solemnly. "Your courage honors you. Step into the pool, embrace the void. Your life force will strengthen the barriers, buying us more time." As I moved towards the roiling black liquid, Dr. Valdez grabbed my arm. "Kevin, no, there has to be another way." I smiled sadly at her. "You know there isn't. Someone has to do this, and your knowledge is too valuable. You need to continue the research, find a permanent solution." Tears streaming down her face, she nodded. "I'll find a way to end this, I promise." With a final nod to her, I turned and stepped into the pool. The liquid was cold, so cold it burned. As I sank deeper, I felt something vast and alien brush against my mind. For a moment I glimpsed the true nature of the entity we were fighting against, and my sanity nearly shattered. But then the chanting grew louder, and I felt my life force being drawn out, used to reinforce the barriers between worlds. As consciousness faded, my last thought was a hope that my sacrifice would be enough, that it would buy humanity the time it needed to find a way to stop this cosmic horror once and for all. Dr. Elena Valdez stood at the edge of Crater Lake, her eyes fixed on the placid blue waters that hid so many secrets. It had been 5 years since that fateful day in the cave, 5 years since Kevin Romer had sacrificed himself to keep an unimaginable horror at bay. In that time, she had dedicated every waking moment to unraveling the mystery of the entity, to finding a permanent solution to the threat it posed. Her research had taken her to the far corners of the globe, delving into ancient texts and forgotten lore. She had made progress, slowly but surely. The symbols were yielding their secrets, revealing a history far older and stranger than anyone had imagined. But the work was far from over. As she stood there, lost in thought, a park ranger approached. "Dr. Valdez, we're ready to begin the survey." She nodded, turning away from the lake. The young ranger looked nervous, his eyes darting around as if expecting something to leap out at him at any moment. Elena couldn't blame him, those who knew the truth about what lay beneath Crater Lake. rarely slept easy. "Let's get started then," she said, forcing a smile. "We have a lot of ground to cover." As they walked towards the waiting research team, Elena cast one last glance at the lake. Somewhere down there, in the cold, dark depths, an ancient evil slumbered, and somewhere in that same darkness was Kevin, his sacrifice buying them precious time. She silently renewed her vow to find a way to end this threat once and for all. For Kevin, for all those who had fallen victim to the entity, and for the future of humanity itself. The battle was far from over. But as long as there were those willing to stand against the darkness, there was hope. And in the face of cosmic horror, sometimes hope was all you had. My name is Gabriel Hernandez. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on November 23rd, 2009. It's a story that will stretch the limits of your belief, but I swear to you, every word is true. This is a tale of terror, of creatures that defy explanation, and of one man's desperate fight for survival against an enemy beyond imagining. Strap yourself in, dear reader, for you're about to take a journey into the heart of darkness, a place where nightmares become reality and the impossible becomes all too possible. This is my story, the story of the Skulkers. Well, what do you know? A rainy day in paradise, or at least what passes for paradise here in the deep south. I tossed a pack of peanuts at the squirrel clinging to the window screen, a dumb grin on its furry face. "Nature's little beggar," I muttered, lighting a cigarette. The rain hammered against the tin roof, a steady drumbeat against the quiet morning. I took a long drag, savoring the acrid taste of the tobacco. It was a vice, I knew, but out here in the sticks, a man needed his vices. They kept the boredom at bay, kept the demons from scratching too hard at the door. A shrill ring of the phone sliced through the air. I snatched it up. "Werner Residence," Gabriel speaking. "Mr. Werner," a woman's voice, clipped and official. "This is Deputy Branson from the Marine County Sheriff's Department. We received a call regarding a situation at your property." "Situation?" I frowned, glancing out the window at the rain-soaked fields. "What kind of situation?" "We've been informed of a possible incident involving one of your tenant farmers." I let out a low whistle. "Tenant farmers? You mean Old Man Millerson? That old coot's been dead for years." "We'll need you to come down and confirm, sir." I sighed, stubbing out my cigarette. It looked like my quiet morning had just been shot to hell. The drive to Millerson's place was a slog through mud and rain. The old farmhouse stood hunched at the end of a long dirt track, its windows dark and vacant. Deputy Branson, a young woman with a face like a slapped trout, met me by the porch. She pointed toward the barn. "The call came from there," she said. "Anonymous tip said there was a disturbance." I followed her through the rain, the mud sucking at my boots. The barn door creaked open, revealing a scene straight out of a slaughterhouse. A man lay sprawled on the hay-strewn floor, his body twisted at an impossible angle. His face, a mask of terror, was contorted in a silent scream. Blood pooled around him, turning the hay a sickening crimson. The stench of death and something else, something metallic and acrid, hung heavy in the air. Deputy Branson covered her mouth with her hand, her face pale. "Jesus," she whispered. I crouched beside the body, the dead man's vacant eyes staring up at me. It wasn't Old Man Millerson. This man was younger, his clothes torn and muddied. There were strange marks on his neck, deep punctures surrounded by bruised, swollen flesh. "Animal attack?" Branson asked, her voice shaky. I shook my head. Whatever did this, it wasn't no animal I've ever seen. Days turned into weeks, and the investigation into the farmer's death hit a wall. The coroner's report was inconclusive, the cause of death listed as exsanguination due to unknown trauma, wild animal attacks, occult ritual, even a deranged serial killer. All were tossed around, each theory as unlikely as the next. The dead man remained unidentified, a John Doe with no past and a gruesome end. Life went on, or at least it tried to, but the incident at the barn cast a long shadow. Whispers followed me like a stray dog, curious eyes watching from behind curtained windows as I went about my business. I spent my days working the fields, the silence broken only by the wind and the distant cries of crows, but my mind was never far from that bloody scene in the barn. Something about it gnawed at me, a splinter in my brain that I couldn't shake loose. One evening, as dusk settled over the farm, I decided to take a walk. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The woods bordering my property had always held a strange allure for me, a sense of mystery that drew me in. I followed a narrow trail deeper into the woods, the trees closing in around me like a green tunnel. A rustling in the undergrowth caught my attention. I stopped, listening, my hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at my belt. The rustling grew louder, closer. A low growl sent a shiver down my spine. And then suddenly, it burst from the bushes. A creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was large, easily the size of a bear, but leaner, more agile. Its skin was a patchwork of dark, matted fur and leathery scales. Its head was elongated, with a snout filled with rows of sharp teeth. But the eyes, I couldn't tear my gaze away from those eyes. They burned with an unnatural intelligence, a cold, predatory hunger that chilled me to the bone. I froze, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. The creature let out a guttural snarl, its lips pulling back to reveal its teeth, and then it lunged, its claws slashing at me. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its razor-sharp talons. Adrenaline surged through me, a primal terror that spurred me into action. I scrambled to my feet, my knife gripped tight in my sweat-slicked hand. The creature circled me, its eyes never leaving mine. It moved with an eerie grace, its powerful muscles rippling beneath its hide. I knew I couldn't outrun it. My only chance was to fight. I lunged forward, slashing at the creature with my knife. The blade connected with its shoulder, drawing a spray of dark blood. It let out a roar of pain and fury, its eyes blazing with hatred. We battled in the fading light, the forest floor becoming a battlefield of blood and torn earth. The creature was fast, powerful, but I was driven by a primal urge to survive. I dodged its attacks, my knife finding its mark again and again. Finally, with a desperate lunge, I managed to plunge the knife deep into its chest. It let out a strangled cry, its body convulsing. Then it collapsed, its eyes glazing over in death. I stood there panting, my body covered in wounds, my clothes soaked in blood. The creature lay still at my feet, its grotesque form illuminated by the pale moonlight. It was over, or so I thought. Days later, news broke of another attack, this time in a neighboring county. A hiker found dead in the woods, his body bearing the same gruesome marks as the farmer in the barn. Then another, and another. The killing spread like a plague, each victim a grim testament to the creature's savagery. I knew I had to do something. The creature I had killed was not alone. There were more of them out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. I contacted the authorities, but my story was met with skepticism and disbelief. They dismissed it as the ramblings of a traumatized man, a desperate attempt to make sense of the unexplainable. But I knew the truth, and I knew that I was the only one who could stop them. I spent the next few months preparing, honing my skills, gathering weapons and supplies. I transformed my farm into a fortress, a bulwark against the darkness that threatened to engulf the world. And then, one rainy night, they came. I heard them first, the sounds of their inhuman cries echoing through the woods. They emerged from the trees, their eyes glowing in the darkness, their claws glinting in the moonlight. They were more numerous than I had imagined, a horde of nightmares come to life. I met them head-on, my guns blazing, my knives flashing. The night erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, roars and screams. I fought with a ferocity born of desperation, each kill fueling my rage. They were relentless, their attacks coming from all sides. I felt their claws tearing at my flesh, their teeth gnashing at my bones, but I refused to give in. I would fight until my last breath, until every last one of them was dead. The battle raged for hours, the night sky lit by the flashes of gunfire and the eerie glow of the creature's eyes. I was wounded, exhausted, but I kept fighting. And then, as the first rays of dawn began to break through the clouds, I saw him. He was larger than the others, his body a mass of muscle and sinew. His eyes burned with an intelligence that chilled me to the core. He was their leader, the alpha of the pack. He charged at me, his claws outstretched, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. I raised my gun, my finger tightening on the trigger. The shot echoed through the night, a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very trees. The bullet found its mark, tearing through the creature's skull. It stumbled back, its body convulsing, then crashed to the ground, lifeless. A silence descended, broken only by the ragged gasps of my breath and the distant cries of retreating creatures. The battle was over. I had survived. But at what cost? My farm was a battlefield, littered with the bodies of the creatures and the spent casings of my weapons. I was wounded, my body a mass of cuts and bruises. My clothes were soaked in blood, my own and theirs. I collapsed onto the ground, my strength finally giving out. I lay there for what seemed like an eternity, staring up at the star-filled sky. A sense of despair washed over me. I had won the battle, but the war was far from over. As the sun began to rise, casting its pale light over the carnage, I heard the distant sound of sirens. Help was on the way. The next few days were a blur of activity. Police, paramedics, and news crews swarmed my farm, eager to examine the creatures and unravel the mystery of their origin. I was questioned, examined, and treated for my wounds. My story was met with disbelief at first, but the evidence was undeniable. The bodies of the creatures, their grotesque forms unlike anything ever seen before, spoke for themselves. News of the incident spread like wildfire. My farm became ground zero for a media frenzy. My name and face splashed across newspapers and television screens. I was hailed as a hero, a lone warrior who had saved the world from a terrifying threat. But I didn't feel like a hero. I felt like a broken man, haunted by the memories of that night. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had only won a temporary reprieve. There were more of them out there somewhere, waiting for their chance to strike. In the aftermath of the attack, my farm became a research site. Scientists dissected the creatures, analyzed their DNA, and searched for clues to their origin. They found that the creatures were unlike any known species, their biology a bizarre mix of reptilian and mammalian traits. Their origins remained a mystery, a riddle that defied explanation. Theories abounded, government experiments gone wrong, ancient creatures awakened from a long slumber, even extraterrestrial invaders, but no one knew for sure. As the investigation continued, I began to receive threats, anonymous letters and phone calls filled with hate and accusations. Some people believed that I was responsible for the creatures, that I had somehow created them or unleashed them upon the world. Others accused me of being a government agent, part of a vast conspiracy to control the population through fear. I ignored the threats, but they took their toll. I became withdrawn, paranoid. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I was haunted by nightmares, visions of the creatures returning, their claws tearing at my flesh, their teeth gnashing at my bones. One day, as I was walking through the woods near my farm, I came across a group of men. They were dressed in camouflage, heavily armed. They surrounded me, their faces grim. "Gabriel Hernandez?" the leader asked, his voice gruff. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. "We're here to take you in," he said. "You're under arrest." "Arrest?" I said. "For what?" "For the murder of those people on your farm," he said. "Those creatures you claim attacked you." I tried to explain, to tell them the truth, but they wouldn't listen. They dragged me away, their guns pointed at my back. I was thrown into a cell, my pleas for help ignored. I was charged with multiple counts of murder, accused of fabricating the story of the creatures to cover up my crimes. The trial was a media circus. The prosecution painted me as a cold-blooded killer, a monster who had slaughtered innocent people in cold blood. The defense argued that I was a victim, a man who had been driven to violence by the creatures that had invaded his farm. The jury deliberated for days, their faces etched with doubt and confusion. Finally, they returned with a verdict. Not guilty. I was free, but the damage had been done. My life was in ruins, my farm abandoned, my reputation destroyed. I was a pariah, a man who had seen too much, who knew too much. I left town, disappearing into the anonymity of the city. I took odd jobs, living a life of solitude and obscurity. And I waited for the day when the creatures would return. I knew they would. They always did. And when they did, I would be ready. The old man at the bar, his face weathered like a map of forgotten roads, leaned closer, his voice a low rasp. "They call them the skulkers, those things," he said. "Always been stories, whispers in the dark, old Indian legends, tales of shadow creatures that stalk the night, feeding on the blood of the living. Skulkers. The name fit, a fitting moniker for the creatures that had haunted my dreams, that had taken everything from me. I downed my drink, the burn of the whiskey a familiar comfort. I had been searching for answers for years, chasing down every lead, every rumor, but the truth remained elusive, always just out of reach. I stood, tossing a few bills on the bar. It was time to move on, to keep searching. Somewhere out there the skulkers were waiting, and I would find them. I had to. It was my destiny, my curse. As I stepped out into the night, the darkness closed in around me like an old friend. I looked up at the stars, their cold light a reminder of the vastness of the universe, of the secrets that lay hidden in its depths. I smiled, a grim, humorless thing. The hunt was on, and this time I would not fail.